92 million people have already early voted. 92 million people have already early voted. It could very well be 100 million people who have early voted by Tuesday, November 3rd. We're already setting a record for the most number of people who have early voted. Campaign trail continues to heat up. We'll talk a little bit about that on tonight's show. So what I want to do, we're on 6 days a week. So a lot of this information I've been covering daily. All right. So we're on Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. to 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time. And then we're still on Sundays, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. We're also broadcasting on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. And then on my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP on YouTube. So everybody watching, please share this broadcast on your social media platform. So on today's show, what we're going to do in the first hour, we're going to deal with the history of Halloween, So we know Halloween 2020 was a very interesting Halloween for a number of people. A lot of people's children wanted to get out and trick or treat. You're dealing with coronavirus, but a lot of people may participate in Halloween to varying extents. But they don't know the history of it. Okay. And I did a lecture back in 2013 dealing with the history of Halloween. So we're going to talk some about that in our first hour. We deal with the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain. We deal with the Roman festival of Pomona and Feralia. We deal with the Romans conquering the Irish, the Celtics, in around 43 AD. We deal with all this history. In our second hour, we're going to once again compare Joe Biden's 22-page agenda, which has been expanded, his plan to empower Black America. We'll compare that to Donald Trump's Platinum Plan, also, or Donald Trump's Fool's Gold Plan. I call it the Fool's Gold Plan. I told you that before. It's the Fool's Gold Plan. And then also what we'll do is we'll look at once again, this voter depression campaign that is targeting African Americans and Hispanics for this 2020 election cycle. Now, I've been talking about that for the past couple of weeks. And Friday, I was on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I'm going to share an excerpt of a segment from Roland Martin Unfiltered from Friday, October 30th. Okay, Friday, October 30th. And I was on with Dr. Julian Malveaux, who's an economist. She's actually an economist. Okay. She has a PhD in economics. And, we've had Dr. Julian Malveaux here on the show, going back a few months ago, back to about, we had her on, I think it was June, dealing with the film Hapi, the role of economics in African civilization, from director Taki Grant. So we were talking about the election, and I talked about this voter depression campaign that's taking place. And on the same day that the interview took place, we know that also National Public Radio, NPR.org, had an article that dealt with how African Americans and Hispanics are being targeted with this voter depression campaign, this voter disinformation, voter depression campaign to discourage African Americans from voting. And I talked about this a couple of weeks ago from there was a big article from NBCnews.com from October 16th as well. So we're going to share some of that information on today's show also, this voter depression campaign that's taking place. And it's really a continuation from how African Americans were targeted with a voter depression campaign in 2016 from the Russian Internet Research Agency. And we see it has continued, but you have African Americans on African American, quote unquote, what are called social influencers on Facebook and Instagram participating in this also. OK, so we'll talk about that. And we will on our Friday night show, our Friday, October 30th show. Oh, the other thing was on Rachel Maddow's show, Friday, October 30th, after I did Roland Martin's show. I'm on Roland show from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Then Rachel Maddow on MSNBC, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, she talked about the report from National Public Radio as well to know of how African Americans and Hispanics are being targeted with this disinformation campaign. So I have an excerpt from the Rachel Maddow show to share with you dealing with this subject as well. Okay, and then we'll lastly on my Friday night show, October 30th, I showed you a chart, okay, because it was we were on our social media platforms, and I showed you a chart that compared the Congressional Black Caucus's Jobs and Justice Act 2020 against Donald Trump's Fool's Gold plan, Platinum plan, okay, and a lot of different aspects of the Jobs and Justice plan are in Ice Cube's contract with Black America. The things that are in Ice Cube's contract with Black America that were already in Biden's plan to actually came out May 4th, 2020, before Ice Cube came out with his plan. We've talked about all this before. We know we've gone through Biden's plan twice. We spent 12 shows, May through June. We did 6 Sunday night shows to go through all 6 parts of Biden's 22-page agenda. Then we just went through it again and just finished part 6 2 Sundays ago. Okay. We went through it all over again. So you can go back and watch these. All these shows are archived at the African History Network, on Facebook, and Michael Imhotep on YouTube, IMHOTEP. Okay. So this may be your first time tuning in. This ain't the first time we talked about this stuff. All right. So we're going to once again compare the Congressional Black Caucus's Jobs and Justice Act 2020 to Donald Trump's Fool's Gold plan as well. And back in September 25th, 2020, newsone.com had an article dealing with the Jobs and Justice plan. Is very comprehensive. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't know about it, but this is one of the bills. It passed the House of Representatives. It needs to pass the U.S. Senate. Okay. It's being blocked in the Senate. This is why a lot of these Republicans have to be voted out of the Senate. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I see who's blocking bills and I see who's passing bills that are beneficial for us, and I can count. And I know you need at least 51 votes in the U.S. Senate to get any bills passed. And Republicans, most Republicans are not voting for these bills. So as Robin Harris said, gotta go. I understand math also. All right, so we'll deal with that on the African History Network show. So in the African History Network show, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right knowledge corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. So when you control the radius of a man's thoughts, you can control the circumference of his actions. You can control the circumference of his actions because the mind can't do or teach what it doesn't know. Now we deal with a number of different topics here on the African History Network show. We deal with current events and history, politics, education, economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, relationships, love, sex, health issues, and much, much more. Sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828. And sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Also visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Those watching on Facebook, were you all able to hear? Let me know. From the beginning of the show, you all able to hear on Facebook? Let me know. All right. So text the word KEMET, K-E-M-E-T, to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Also visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. If you want to donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN show through Cash App, $ the AHN show through Cash App. Then also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN show, paypal.me/the AHN show through PayPal. All right, let's continue here. How's everybody doing? We've got Carla, Curtis, Anita in Detroit, Anita Kent in Detroit, Glenn Ford, Tamia. All right, so 2 days left and we'll talk some more about this on our Monday night show. All right, this is a critical election. I've been going over all this information for the past few months, breaking this stuff down. But let's look at the history of Halloween, okay? And I'm going to see if I can, those watching on Facebook and YouTube, I'm going to try to bring up the screen share because I have I'm going to show you my presentation, my slide presentation I've done on this topic here. So let's see if this will come up on screen share. And in addition to listening on 9:10 a.m. Superstation, the Future Radio, okay, you can also watch us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and on my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep. Okay, so still listen on 9:10 and then just watch on the computer, and you can turn the volume down on the computer. So let's bring this up. Let's deal with some of the history of Halloween. All right. So when we look at Halloween, and let's bring this up here. We know it takes place on October 31st each year. Okay. And Halloween 2020 was very unique because people are trying to figure out how to celebrate Halloween and social distance as well. Okay. So Halloween is a holiday celebrated each year on October 31st. And Halloween 2020 occurred on Saturday, October 31st. Okay. The tradition originated with the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain. Okay. Now it's spelled Samhain, Samhain, but it's pronounced Samhain. Now you'll see two different spellings, Sowin or Sowen, but it's pronounced Samhain. Okay. And it literally means summer's end, or it can mean the end of summer. But Samhain was the Celtic festival when people would light bonfires and wear costumes to ward off ghosts. Now in the 8th century AD, Pope Gregory III designated November 1st as a time to honor all saints. November 1st is a time to honor all saints. So soon, All Saints Day was incorporated some of the traditions of Samhain. Okay. Now, the Romans are going to conquer the Celtics, or what we would call the Irish, around 43 by 43 AD. The Roman Empire conquers them. Okay. So when we deal with St. Patrick, and you hear me talk about St. Patrick's Day, and we deal with this mass murderer named Patrick, who killed thousands of Jewish, killed thousands of Irish on behalf of the Eastern Orthodox Church. So a couple of things to understand. One, the Catholic Church does not exist at this time. 4th century AD, 1st century AD, the Catholic Church does not exist. The Catholic Church comes into existence in mid 11th century AD, right around 1050, 1052 AD. At this point in time, 4th century AD, 1st century, you have what's known as the Eastern Orthodox Church. All right. And the Roman Empire has conquered the island of what we call Ireland. All right. So we're coming up here on a break. We're going to continue this on the other side of the break. Listen to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in the future. For 25 years, the Black History 101 Mobile Museum has carried on the rich legacy of the Black Museum movement in America by showcasing original artifacts of the Black experience at colleges, universities, K-12 schools, corporations, libraries, conferences, and cultural events, making it the most traversed Black History mobile exhibit in American history. Dr. Khalid El Hakim is the founder of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum, and he is a highly sought-after public speaker on topics of Black history, social studies, education, museum studies, hip-hop, and race relations. Dr. Khalid was named among the change makers for NBC Universal's Erase the Hate campaign and listed as one of the 100 men of distinction for Black enterprise. He recently founded the Michigan Hip Hop Archive on the campus of Western Michigan University. The Black History 101 Mobile Museum is currently scheduling in-person and virtual exhibits nationwide. For more information, please contact Dr. Khalid Al-Hakim directly at 313-645-4197, 313-645-4197, or visit their website at blackhistorymobilemuseum.com. That's blackhistorymobilemuseum.com. You can also email him at bhistory101@yahoo.com, bhistory101@yahoo.com. Are you ready for a new black economy? Well, Hapi, The Role of Economics in the Development of Civilization, is a brand new documentary that will set you on a new path of knowledge and enlightenment. The Hapi film gives viewers a snapshot of our economic history from the dawn of civilization right up until today. The underlying theme of the film is the interrelationship between the three essential components of economics, politics, and culture. Hapi brings together the brightest and most prolific minds in the fields of psychology, history, business, and politics, such as Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Dr. Julian Malveaux, Dr. Zahi Hawass, and Jabari Osazi, and more. Together, they deliver a message of cooperative economics, financial independence, and a pride that we can all be inspired by. The film is on sale now. It's streaming on all digital formats, or for DVD, please visit Hapi, H-A-P-I, hapifilm.com. Use offer code HAPI, AHN, for a 10% discount. Have you tasted the world famous No Frowny Brownie yet from the Pink Bakery? If not, what are you waiting for? They are vegan, gluten-free, and free of the big 8 allergens. While eating their No Frowny Brownies, the fabulous Miss Tabitha Brown said they were very good. Very good. And you know, if she says that, they are. The Pink Bakery is the first black-owned, big 8 allergen-free baking mix company. Go to thepinkbakery.com, that's thepinkbakery.com, to order their No Frowny Brownie Mix today. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM Superstation, the Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, November 1st, 2020, and already 92 million people have early voted. I early voted this past Thursday. This is going to be a monumental election. Everything's up for grabs. Well, not everything pretty much is. Everything's up for grabs. Okay. Latest poll from NBC News shows Joe Biden up 10 points nationally. We see a tighter poll in some battleground states, but still in a lot of battleground states, Joe Biden's ahead. We'll give you more coverage of this on a Monday night show. But let's go back. We're dealing with the history of Halloween, the history of Halloween. So in 8th century AD, Pope Gregory III designated November 1st as a time to honor All Saints. Soon, All Saints Day incorporated some of the traditions of Samhain. Okay, Samhain was this ancient Celtic festival, which is, we're talking about the Irish, this ancient Celtic festival. And it occurred, Samhain occurred on right around that period of time, November 1st, and it marked the end of summer. Okay. Now, the evening before was known as, now when we look at 8th century AD, when we look at All Saints Day, the evening before All Saints Day was known as All Hallows Eve, All Hallows Eve. And later it was called Halloween, which is a contraction of All Hallows Eve. Sometimes you will see it referred to as All Hallows Even or All Hallows Evening. Now, over time, Halloween evolved into a day of activities like trick-or-treating, carving jack-o'-lanterns, festive gatherings, donning costumes, eating treats, etc. Okay, this is going to evolve over time. Now, when we look at Halloween is based upon 3 ancient festivals. One Celtic festival, which is Samhain that we talked about, and 2 Roman festivals. Okay. So Samhain was the ancient Celtic festival that dates back to about 2,500 years ago in the areas today called Ireland, the United Kingdom, and northern France. The areas we call Ireland, the United Kingdom, and northern France. Then you have two Roman festivals. You have the festival of Pomona. Pomona was the Roman goddess of fruit trees and a symbol of abundance. And the symbol of Pomona was the apple. The symbol of Pomona was the apple. And the incorporation of the celebration of Pomona into the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain is where it's believed bobbing for apples comes from. Okay, so what's taking place is that the Romans have their festivals, and they conquer the Celtic people, and then over time, traditions from the Celtic festival of Samhain gets incorporated into the Roman festivals. Okay, and then they get merged together. We see the same thing happen with Christmas and things like the Roman festival of Saturnalia and a lot of these earlier winter festivals, how when different cultures, one group, when the Romans dominate one group, the customs of the people who are being conquered get incorporated into the others' celebration. Okay, we see the same thing with the Romans and the festival of Saturnalia, different things like this. We see this take place. Okay, so you have Pomona, the Roman goddess of fruit trees, and a symbol of abundance. And the symbol of Pomona is the apple, and the incorporation of the celebration into Samhain probably explains the tradition of bobbing for apples that is practiced today on Halloween. Then you have the festival of Feralia, Feralia, Feralia. Now, Feralia was a day in late October when the Romans traditionally commemorated the passing of the dead. Okay. Now, the ancient Roman festival of the dead celebrated on, and we're also going to see it celebrated on February 21st with prayers and sacrifices on behalf of the deceased. Excuse me, on behalf of the deceased. Okay, but we have the festival of the ancient Roman festival of the dead, known as Feralia. Okay, so we see this festival also. All right, now, so Samhain, when we look at the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain, this means summer's end, and it occurred on November 1st. This was amongst the Celtic people, this was their New Year's Day. And the harvest was collected to prepare for the winter, which could be deadly. On October 31st, which was Samhain Eve, it was believed that the boundaries between the worlds of the living and the world of the dead became blurred. Okay, so this would be October 31st. This would be Samhain Eve. It was believed amongst the ancient Celtic people that the boundaries between the living and the dead became blurred, and they believed that ghosts of the dead returned to earth from sundown to sundown. Okay, and they would wear masks and costumes to confuse the ghosts. Okay, so this time of the year was thought to be the most favorable for the Celtic Druid priest to make predictions about the future. They practice divination, etc. So when we study, when you hear me talk about the history of St. Patrick's Day, we know that ties into the Druids, and that ties into the Druids practicing a watered down version of the teachings coming out of ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt. And if you read Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization by Tony Browder, this deals with this. Okay, Elaine, who's that? Hold on, who is this? Elaine or Ellen? Elaine, both of you. Thanks for the donation. I think you donated before. I really appreciate that. Who is this? I want to make sure I get the name right. Ellen. Yeah, Ellen. How you doing, Ellen? Thank you so much. So you have the ancient Roman festival. I'm sorry. You have when we talk about St. Patrick, all this history is connected. Let me show you a couple books. One, in preparation for the presentation I did some years ago dealing with the history of St. Patrick's Day, because I studied all of the European holidays that we've been taught to practice. Okay. And let me say this from the beginning. I'm not telling you don't celebrate Halloween. I'm not telling you don't celebrate Halloween. And I may say some things that are outside of the circumference of your own awareness. Just because you never heard them before, disagree with them, or don't like them does not mean they are not true. It just means you have to do some research to understand what it is I'm talking about. So with me, I've studied the history of all of the holidays we've been taught to celebrate. And two of the books that I read dealing with this were from Dr. Ishaka Musa Barashango, African People and European Holidays and Mental Genocide, book 1 and book 2, Dr. Ishaka Musa Barashango. All right. And one of his cousins is one of my friends, Dr. David Imhotep, who wrote the book, The First Americans Were Africans, Documented Evidence. All right. But so I've studied the history of all of these holidays. I don't celebrate any of them, but I still respect people who do celebrate them. Okay. So I'm not telling you don't celebrate them, but I think it's important if you're going to celebrate any of these holidays to actually understand the history of what it is you are participating in, what it is you are celebrating, so you have a better understanding of it, and it may change how you choose to celebrate it. Okay. And it's also important for us to understand that most of these holidays we were taught to celebrate when we were children. A lot of times in school, St. Patrick's Day, we were taught to celebrate St. Patrick's Day in school, and we were told to wear green. And we asked the teacher, why do we wear green? Oh, we wear green for St. Patrick's Day. Well, who was St. Patrick? Most of them can't tell you who St. Patrick was. All right. When you read Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization by Tony Browder, and we've talked about this before when we deal with the history of St. Patrick's Day. And I think the video I did, the most recent one, I think is on YouTube and Facebook, that I did with the history of St. Patrick's Day. But you go to page, was it page 98 or page 98? Let me see. Hold on. It's page 90 or 93 of, no, which one is that? Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. I used to know which page it was off the top of my head. Hold on, we have it bookmarked here. But he talks about St. Patrick in here. And what was it, page 193, I think it is. Page 193. Page 193, the section is called The Development of European Secret Societies, the development of European secret societies. And Tony Browder was a friend of mine, brilliant historian. He's an archaeologist also. Browder talks about the Druids. The Druids are dealing with, they dress like Kemetic priests out of ancient Egypt. They're dealing with a watered down teaching of the version, watered down teaching of that's coming out of ancient Egypt. And they wear a helmet with a uraeus on it, or a cobra, a snake. What they're teaching contradicts what's being taught in the Christian church. Keep in mind, at this point in time, 4th century AD, when Pope Celestine I in 5th century AD, in 432 AD, Pope Celestine I sends a British slave named Patrick into Ireland to convert the Irish to Christianity. At this time, the Catholic Church does not exist. It's the Eastern Orthodox Church. But we were told that St. Patrick was known for driving the snakes out of Egypt, driving the snakes out of Ireland. But when you study the history of Ireland, and to be able to do my presentation on St. Patrick's Day, I had to study the history of Ireland. So this is one of the books I read, the Everything Irish History of Heritage book, the Everything Irish History of Heritage book, to get an understanding of the chronology of Irish history. There's no evidence of snakes ever being in Ireland. Ireland is an island that's in a cold climate. So there's no evidence of snakes ever being. When you understand snakes live in warm climates. They don't live in cold climates. They can't survive in cold climates. All right. So the The snakes that St. Patrick drove out of Ireland were the snake people called Druids. And when you study St. Patrick, he killed thousands of Irish. Well, most people, like in school, most teachers who are teaching children to wear green on St. Patrick's Day don't know they're honoring a mass murderer. Now, I'm not trying to offend anybody that has Irish ancestry or anything like that. Go study the history. Go and Browder lays it out here in pages 193 and 194 of Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. And then when we study St. Patrick's color wasn't even green, it was blue. So a lot of this stuff we've been taught to practice and celebrate is programming. When you go research it, you're like, why the hell are we doing this? So this is why Dr. Shaka Musa Barashango's books, African People and European Holidays of Mental Genocide, are so important. Once again, I'm not saying don't celebrate these holidays. I understand wanting to be together with family and things like that. I'm not saying don't celebrate them. I'm saying we should at least know what the hell it is that we're participating in, so we can make the determination whether or not we want to continue to participate in it. Because a lot of times when we're children, the decision is already made for us. Okay. And then when we ask like our teachers or even our parents, why we do this, why we wear green, what was it? They don't know, because that's what they were taught. Okay. So let's continue here. All right. And okay, let's continue. Okay, so let's go back to the slides real quickly here. Okay, so we have Samhain. Samhain means summer's end and occurred on November 1st. This was the New Year's Day for amongst the ancient Celtic people. So the harvest was collected to prepare for the winter, which could be deadly. On October 31st, the day before Samhain, it was known as Samhain Eve. And it was believed that the boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead became blurred. They believed the ghost of the dead returned to the earth from sundown to sundown. Now, this time of year was thought to be the most favorable for the Celtic Druid priests to make predictions about the future and divination, etc. Okay. All this history is connected. All right. Now, it was believed that witches, goblins, black cats, and ghosts of the dead would roam the living world October 31st, Samhain Eve. We're going back to 3rd, 4th century AD, okay, amongst the ancient Celtics. This is what they're believing. They're believing that between October 31st and November 1st, the boundary between the living and the dead is blurred, and that these spirits are coming back to roam the earth. So people will wear masks to disguise themselves and keep the ghosts from attacking them. Usually ghosts animal, usually they will wear like animal heads and skins, things like this, as masks. Now, people would also leave food and wine on their doorsteps to keep the ghosts from moving along. To keep the ghosts moving along, I should say. They would leave food and wine on their doorsteps to keep the ghosts moving along also. Huge sacred bonfires were burned where people would gather to burn crops and make animal sacrifices to the Celtic deities. Now, the Celtics are going to be conquered by the Roman Empire by 43 AD, which leads to a Roman influence in amongst the Celtics also. Okay. And then we know in 432 AD, this is when Pope Celestine I sends the British slave Patrick into Ireland to convert the Irish. Okay. Because Patrick wasn't even Irish. That's another thing. Patrick wasn't even Irish. Okay. He was basically what we would term as British. So a lot of stuff we've been taught is just nonsense. I'm telling you, when you go research this, it's like, what the hell were they teaching us? But you know, they didn't know any better. A lot of them didn't mean any harm. They were miseducated. Okay, but we don't have to be miseducated. We have a choice. All right, so when we look at let's see here. Let's continue. Okay, when we look at the Roman festival of Feralia, also known as their Day of the Dead. The last day of the ancient Roman festival of the dead, Feralia, the last day of an ancient Roman festival of the dead, celebrated on February 21st, was known as Feralia. Prayers and sacrifices were made on behalf of the deceased. The dead were commemorated on this day. All Saints Day will take over Feralia. All Saints Day will take over Feralia. Now, Feralia celebrated is one of these ancient Roman festivals. Okay, you also had an ancient Roman festival called Parentalia, Praenentalia, Parentalia. Parentalia was an ancient Roman festival of the dead celebrated from February 13th through the 21st. February 13th through the 21st. Most of the time was for private commemorations at the family grave sites. The last day of this basically week-long festival, the last day of Parentalia was called Feralia, and this was a public ceremony. Okay, so this is part of a really weeks-long ancient festival. All right, now let's continue here. We'll go to the phone lines in just a minute. 313-778-7600. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. So when we look at the other major Roman festival that influenced Halloween, you had two, Feralia and Pomona. These are the two main ones, Roman festivals that influenced Halloween. And Samhain was an ancient Celtic festival. So Pomona was an ancient Roman goddess or deity of fruitful abundance, fruit and trees. Fruitful abundance, fruit and trees. Pomona is Latin and comes from the word pomum. I guess it's pronounced pomum, P-O-M-U-M, which means fruit, especially orchard fruit, especially orchard fruit. So here, her festival was at the end of autumn, around the time of the big harvest. Romans combined customs of Pomona with those of the Celtics who they conquered. And you're going to see this oftentimes take place. Okay. When we look at Christmas, and I have my book. Where's my book? Hold on. Yeah, give me a minute. I got, where is, hold on. My book. Okay. I was looking for my book, The Life of, I have one that deals with Christmas, and it deals with incorporating traditions from the Roman festival of Saturnalia. And the planet Saturn is named after the Roman deity Saturnalia. The last day of the week, Saturday, is named after the Roman deity Saturnalia. But you're going to see elements of that Roman festival incorporated into what today we call Christmas. Because now this may go outside the circumference of some people's awareness. Nowhere in the biblical text does it mention the celebration of Christmas, because the word Christmas comes into existence in mid 11th century AD. Okay. So 1st, 2nd century AD, Christmas doesn't exist. You had you had some earlier festivals, a festival of Christ or something like that. But what we know is Christmas did not exist. Okay. There was here it is. There's a book I wanted to reference from the American Bible Society. Now, this may go outside the circumference of some people's awareness. We'll come to Charles in just a minute. This is the 2011 edition. And there's another book on Christmas that I have, which deals like with the whole history of Christmas. And I'm not sure where that one is. We may try to find that during the break. I didn't really plan to talk about it, but anyway. So this one right here. Now, I may say some things that go outside the circumference of some people's awareness. Just because you disagree with it or never heard it or don't like it does not mean it is not true. It just means you have to do some research to understand what I'm talking about. So this is from Time Life Books, and the American Bible Society presents The Life of Christ, rediscovering how his life, death, and resurrection changed the world. Okay. And you read books like Christianity Before Christ by Dr. John G. Jackson and The World's 16 Crucified Saviors by Kersey Graves. You have these ancient stories told over and over and over again, adapted to other people's cultures. So when we talk about the Black Madonna and child, and Europeans in Europe, when the Moors go in 711 AD, and they're already worshiping the Black Madonna and child, which comes from the ancient mythology of Osar, Osset, and Heru, who the Greeks called Osiris, Isis, and Horus, and Heru being born of a virgin birth, to Osset, who the Greeks called Isis. Oh, you're dealing with these stories told over and over again. Okay. So when you read Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization by Tony Browder, these are things that he's breaking down in here. And then when we look at the word Christ, which comes from the Greek word Christos, which comes from the Kemetic karest, K-A-R-S-T, usually it's two words, ka meaning spirit, rest meaning to rise, then we're dealing with a retelling of these concepts and these stories, but they're told through the cultural lens of a European cultural paradigm, which is different than coming from an African cultural paradigm. Is different. We have to understand the difference. Okay. But anyway, for the sake of time, page 55 of this book. Now, this is the 2011 edition. When they came out with the edition after this, the information on page 55 they took out, but you can go to history.com, the official website of the History Channel, and search for the history of Christmas. They're going to tell you some of the same information, because I've seen the documentaries they have on the History Channel dealing with the history of Christmas, and they deal with some of this information as well. But it says, we don't know the actual date of Jesus' birth, but it wasn't on December 25th. These may go outside the circumference of some people's awareness. Nowhere in the biblical text does it state that Jesus the Christ, or Yeshua, because the letter J wasn't created until 1630 AD, and the letter J is derived from the letter I. This is why in your 26 character alphabet, the letter J comes after I, because the letter J is derived from the letter I. So if you go to the dictionary and look up the word Jesus, it takes you through the etymology of the word, and it takes you back to Hebrew Yeshua with the Y, because the letter J didn't exist when the Bible was written. It didn't exist. Okay. And then you see Jesus, then you see Iesus, you'll see the Latin version Iesus, and you go back and you see the Greek version with an Ios. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. You go back and look at the other version. It wasn't spelled with a J, because the letter J didn't exist. So one of the mistakes that we make is that oftentimes people think the way things are today is the way they've always been. And as one of my teachers, Professor Kabahaya Watha Kamene, teaches us, to understand the existence of something, you must first understand the pre-existence of existence. To understand the existence of something, you must first understand the pre-existence of existence. So very quickly, before we come up on a break here, and we're coming to you just a minute here, Charles. It says, in Christianity's early years, people debated when Jesus' birthday should be celebrated. Some Christians were against observing it at all, as they did not want Jesus, or Yeshua, compared to Pharaoh and Herod, whose birthdays were commemorated. But in the 4th century AD, Pope Julius I made it official. 4th century AD. This is the Roman Empire. This is before the Catholic Church even exists. But in the 4th century AD, Pope Julius I made it official. Okay, and we'll come to college just a minute. But in the 4th century AD, Pope Julius I made it official. Christ's birth would be celebrated on December 25th. Now, December 25th is when the birthday of Heru was celebrated, and when you read Christianity Before Christ, all these other what are known as crucified saviors, all these previous crucified saviors, their Mithra, Heru, all of them, their birthdays were on or around December 25th, which coincided with the winter solstice. Okay, which brings you into the first day of winter. Okay, right around that time. Just make a long story short, December 25th was already considered the birthday of the sun, the S-U-N, not the S-O-N, but the S-U-N. December 25th was already considered the birthday of the sun. Using the technology available at the time, ancient astronomers observed that on December 25th, the days started getting longer again, because in December 20th or 21st, the sun enters its lowest point. Okay. And December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, it appears that the sun does not move. Okay. And this is what solstice means. Solstice means sun stands still. Okay. And sol, S-O-L, in reference to the sun. When you look up winter solstice, it tells you solstice means sun stands still. Okay. So for 3 days, it appeared that the sun was dead. And then on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree northward. And historically, December 25th was known as the birth date of the Son of God, the S-U-N. So each subsequent day after December 25th, there's more and more sunlight. This all deals with astronomy. Okay. So December 25th was already considered the birthday of the sun. Using the technology available at the time, ancient astronomers observed that on December 25th, the days started getting longer again. They recognized the date as the winter solstice, when the sun is born again each year. The Romans celebrated the birthday of the deity or god Sol Invictus, S-O-L, Sol Invictus, which means unconquered sun. They celebrated that on December 25th. This day was also recognized as the birthday of Mithra, the sun deity of the ancient Persians, and as the birthday of Attis, an agricultural deity worshipped in Asia Minor. By choosing December 25th, the Christian church, the Catholic Church, did not exist at this time. So when they talk about the first council of Nicaea in 325 AD, and the council of Chalcedon, the council of Ephesus in like 431 AD, I think it was, that's the Eastern Orthodox Church. Catholic Church doesn't come into existence until 11th century AD. The Romans celebrated the birthday of the deities. This day was also recognized as Mithra, Attis. Okay. By choosing December 25th, the church avoided upsetting the masses. No one wanted their festivals canceled, so the church simply combined the new Christian holiday with quote unquote pagan traditions. But pagan doesn't necessarily mean something bad. Pagan just means something that's indigenous to a group of people. Indigenous to, or it can reference people in a rural area or rural district, or like people live in the country. This is just something just indigenous to people. It doesn't necessarily mean something negative. Just like primitive. Primitive means primary or first. So if somebody says African people are primitive people, well, yeah, because we're the first people. Primitive doesn't necessarily mean something negative. Now, because of European anthropology and European archaeology is taking on a negative tint or negative taint, but primitive in its essence, that don't mean something negative. Okay. Then 345 AD, Pope Julius I decrees that December 25th is the birth date of Jesus or Yeshua. Okay. Now it was in 4th century AD that Pope Julius I made it official that they would celebrate Jesus' birth as December 25th, because no one to build the date. It was okay. See all this ancient history. For the break in the first 2 minutes. Let's go to the first caller. Let's try to get him in here. Charles, welcome to the African History Network show. Thanks for holding. Tell us where you're calling from.
All right. I'm calling from Detroit.
Okay.
I really appreciate the way you interpret and translate our story as well as anybody else's.
Oh yeah.
There's so many. Do you have audio tapes?
Well, I have DVD lectures.
That's one of my questions.
Go to my website,
okay,
African. Go. Can you hear me? Go to my website, African History Network.
I'm saying that because a lot of people are not savvy with the computer. technology thing. But my main question was black, the word black for people. Do you think that have anything to do with Halloween? When people call each other black?
No.
Or different colors instead of complexions?
No.
I have a dark complexion.
No.
Like, do that, I mean, if I called you black or you call me black or somebody called me black or anybody, you know, or white, you know, tan, whatever. But black and white seems to be come between the coming together. You know, it separates black and white.
All right, we'll come
automatically get offensive when people call you black or white. But some people take it and stick their chest out, you know.
Right.
But my question is black a negative term to call anybody that's dark complexion or Liberia or Ethiopia?
Right. We're coming up on the break. I'll answer that on the other side of the break. Okay. All right, Charles. Thanks for your question. You listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation of Future Radio. Visit my website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. All of my DVD lectures are there, digital downloads, articles I've written, etc. We also have a recommended reading list of 60 books, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. I'll answer the question on the other side of the break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stand by, everybody. All right, stand by. Okay, we gotta finish this segment here on Halloween and then get to the rest of the show. I'm planning to be done with Halloween. Hold on just a second here. All right. Hey, if you want to advertise with the African History Network, email us at customerservice@AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Customerservice@AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. If you want to advertise with the African History Network, you can advertise. We'll create a video commercial for you to promote your show. Sage and Elm Apothecary creates unique products, especially with you in mind. They use simple ingredients such as whole fruits, herbs, and vegetables. Each product crafted offers a unique plant-based experience. Their holistic approach to self-care formulate their product inventory. They're proud to serve our community of plant-based product supporters and offerings for the entire family. Sage and Elm Apothecary designs over 60 different beautifully handcrafted soaps, natural toothpaste, hydrating oils, deodorants, face masks, shampoos, conditioners, and so much more. Visit their website at sageandelmapothecary.com. That's sageandelmapothecary.com, APOTHECARY, and find out about their upcoming events throughout the year. Allow Sage and Elm Apothecary to provide for all of your plant-based needs. Use promo code AHNWinter20, AHNWinter20 for a special discount. Yaya Rule is a line of African print-inspired apparel catered to the black community. The pieces include t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, jackets, dresses, skirts, activewear, bags, and other accessories and home decor. This brand offers a revived way for men and women to wear their black pride and honor their African heritage anywhere at any time. This apparel line is for anyone, whether you are working in the corporate world, are an entrepreneur, or an artist. Their selection will allow you to casually let your pride shine or dress it up as wanted. It is for those who have already embraced African fabrics and for those who are just getting introduced to them. Reclaim and experience a part of our culture with rich and colorful African prints. The clothing line and the accessories are available right now starting at $17.99. For more information on the new items and accessories, visit yayarule.com. Revitalizing, restorative, indulgent, essential. Crea's Love Butter Raw Shea Butter Collection. How do we know if our skin products are truly delivering all of the health benefits they should? Crea's Love Butter is a thoughtful combination of hand-selected ingredients designed to enhance the level of your skin's health. Crea's Love Butter is an ideal gift for health-conscious loved ones and is a pleasure to both give and receive. They've harnessed the restorative powers of raw shea butter and infused it with their love and passion for revitalizing skin that you will undoubtedly feel from the first use. Visit their website today, creaselovebutter.com. CREAS, creaselovebutter.com. Put your skin in the game. To promote your business this second. Stand by, everybody. Okay, so we've got blessed, black, and blanche or blonde come from the same root. Well, black comes from the Old English word black, which means to bleach or to make white. That's where black comes from. That's Old English. Andrew. Okay, people check out the article from history.com, official website of the History Channel. Check out the article from history.com dealing with history of Halloween.
AM Superstation, a division of Adele Media.
Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, November 1st, 2020, and we are live. 313-778-7600 is the calling number. 313-778-7600 is the calling number if you have a question or comment. Also, we're here now 6 days a week. We're here Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. to 12 midnight, 11 p.m. to 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time, right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation WFDF. We also broadcast on my Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, and we're broadcasting there now. So be sure to subscribe and turn on live notifications so you know when we go live. Also, we're broadcasting on 910 a.m. Superstation's Facebook page. Also 910 a.m. Superstation. Okay, so we're dealing with the history of Halloween, okay? And the term black comes from the Old English word black, which means to bleach or to make white. This is where the term black originally comes from. If you read chapter 2 of Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett Jr., he talks about here in the British colonies, the names that African people had, like in the 16th century. And it was Moor, Black or Moor, Nager, and Nagar. It wasn't we weren't in general called black. Now you're going to have, now the term Moor basically means black or dark, or it can mean swarthy. Moor coming from moros and Marie, the Latin Marie, things like that. But is black is not in general, is not necessarily a negative term. Okay. It's not necessarily a negative term. It's going to be after basically Bacon's rebellion in 1675 and 1676 in the colony of Virginia. It's going to be largely after that the term white is going to be used to denote what we call white people or Europeans. Prior to that, in general, they're going to be called Christians, Englishmen, things like this. But the Bacon's rebellion was a rebellion that united enslaved Africans with European indentured servants. Okay. And that was Bacon's rebellion. And they were revolting because they had a common oppressor. So you're going to have an attempt to break up that unity between the two groups, okay, to break that up. All right. So read, just research Bacon's Rebellion, BACON''S, Bacon's Rebellion, 1675, 1676 in Virginia. Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay. We'll go back to the phone lines just a second here. I got to finish getting through this information here dealing with Halloween. So Shaheen or whoever else, anybody else on the phone line, just stand by. We'll come to you just a second here. So we talked about the ancient Roman festival of Pomona. Pomona was the Roman goddess of fruitful abundance, fruit and trees. Pomona is Latin and comes from the word pomum, which means fruit, especially orchard fruit. And during the break, I was able to grab a couple of those books I was looking for. Also, I have like 7 stacks of books near me. So yeah, y'all have to bear with me. So what's All Saints Day? What's All Saints Day that we hear about, right? So May 13th, 609 AD, 7th century AD, May 13th, 609 AD, Pope Boniface IV dedicated the Pantheon in Rome in honor of the Virgin Mary. Okay, Mary is that's all set. That's Isis. All right. And then when you look at the zodiac, you look at the constellation of Virgo, right? Virgo is known as the Virgin. Well, Virgo was Latin for virgin. Virgo in Latin means virgin. In ancient times, that constellation was of Auset, who the Greeks called Isis. All of this is connected. This is why you have to understand a chronology of history. All of this is connected. You're dealing with stories told over the course of thousands of years, adapted to various people's cultures and reinterpreted. Okay, so May 13, 609 AD, Pope Boniface IV dedicated the Pantheon in Rome in honor of the Virgin Mary and all Christian martyrs. All Christian martyrs. This was known as All Hallows Day. All Hallows Day. Okay. Hallow is an Old English word and means saint. Hallow is an Old English word that means saint. Now, Pope Gregory III expanded this celebration to include all saints and martyrs, as opposed to just all Christian martyrs. Okay, Pope Gregory III expanded this celebration to include all saints and martyrs and moved the celebration to November 1st. Now, by the 9th century AD, the influence of Christianity takes over the Celtic traditions in the Celtic territories, like Britain, Ireland, etc., because the Christianity is already flourishing in Ireland. The Druids are largely defeated. 432 AD, Pope Celestine I sends the British slave Patrick into Ireland to convert the Irish to Christianity. Okay, so we're talking about 400 or 500 years after that. Okay, by 9th century AD, the influence of Christianity takes over the Celtic traditions in the Celtic territories, Britain, Ireland, etc. Let's continue. Now, All Souls Day. Hold on here. Okay, so when we look at All Souls Day, All Souls Day was created in 1000 AD. All Souls Day. The Christian Church made this on November 2nd. Okay. Okay, so this is the day after All Saints Day. It is believed that the church wanted to replace the Celtic Festival of the Dead with a related church-approved holiday. So they introduced in 1000 AD, the Christian Church, All Souls Day on November 2nd. Now, the celebration of All Souls Day was similar to the ancient Celtic celebration of Samhain. People would burn big bonfires, have parades, and dress up in costumes of angels, saints, and devils. Okay, this is All Souls Day. Now, it's important to understand when we talk about November 1st, November 2nd, things like this, at this point in time, the calendar that we use today, the Gregorian calendar, does not exist. They're at this point in time, they're probably still using a Julian calendar. The Gregorian calendar is going to be introduced in 1582 AD, named after Pope Gregory XIII. The Gregorian calendar is based upon how long it takes the earth to rotate around the sun. It takes 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and approximately 46 seconds. This is known as a solar year, And this is what the 365-day calendar that we use today is based upon. And then every fourth year, you add an additional day to the month of February to balance it. Okay, because you're dealing with 365 and a quarter days. So you add that, and just make a long story short, the introduction of the Gregorian calendar was one of the outcomes of what's known as the Third Council of Trent of 1563 AD. And the Third Council of Trent was one of those approximately 21 ecumenical councils that take place between 325 AD and 1870. And this is going to drastically change what people believe when it comes to Christianity, how they celebrate, how they practice Christianity, things like this. But one of the things that at the Third Council of Trent that they're trying to rectify is when to celebrate Easter. Because as we know it today, one of the outcomes, so historically Easter, when it was celebrated, coincided with the beginning of spring, the vernal equinox, which is known as the first day of spring, either March 20th, March 21st, right around there. The way they were celebrating it, because the calculations were off, they were celebrating by the time 1500 rolls around, they're celebrating it about a month before the vernal equinox. So they're recalculating when to celebrate Easter. And this ties into this new calendar being introduced, and they decide that Easter is going to be celebrated on the first Sunday following the first full moon following the vernal equinox. So when you look up Easter in the dictionary or the encyclopedia, Easter, Eastra, Oistra, Ishtar, that's a whole nother lecture. But when you look up Easter in the dictionary, just look it up, and it tells you when Easter is celebrated. It's celebrated on the first Sunday following the first full moon following the vernal equinox, which once again, once again, that ties into astronomy. All right, this ain't hocus pocus. Okay, once again, this ties into, I don't know why the hell somebody calling me right now through Skype. I really don't, but whatever. Once again, this ties into astronomy. Okay, all right. So, where does the word Halloween come from? Where does the word Halloween come from? All Saints Day became known as All Hallows Day, because hallow means saint. Okay. All Saints Day became known as All Hallows Day. And All Hallows Day is the night before October 31st. Okay. The night before, which is October 31st, the night before All Saints Day, became known as All Hallows Eve. All Hallows Eve, which is the evening before All Saints Day, and hallow means saint. Okay. And eventually it's going to be shortened to Halloween. Okay. All of this is connected. You deal with language, you deal with culture, you deal with history, and you have to understand like a chronology of dealing, a chronology of what happened. Okay. So this is where this comes from. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Let's go to Sahid. Hey, Sahid, thanks for holding. Welcome to the African History Network show. Tell us where you're calling from.
Calling from the east side of Detroit. And how you doing tonight?
All right, brother, east side of Detroit. All right, I'm all right, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you about the J words. When they put it on for Jews. Wasn't it use? It was you. He does, right?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit. You said J word and Jews. What about it?
Okay, before the J was on there, just wasn't it EW?
I don't know about that. About EW. You have Hebrew. Okay. And you also had ancient times. You had like Haribu. But the J before 1600 AD, you don't have the letter J. If you look at if you just go,
I thought it was just you, like EW.
I'm not familiar with that. But you also have to identify which language you're talking about also.
Well, it was like, I guess it was like Hebrew or Israelite or something of that nature. But then when the J entered, wasn't that just something like right? Wasn't the J entered and it was made like it was something like Hughes in Hebrews, Israelite?
I'm not familiar with that. I don't know.
Meaning like they're not the truth, but there's something like the truth.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that. But I would encourage people to read.
So
I read. Hold on, just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Hold on, just a second. I would encourage people. Hold on, just a minute. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I would encourage people. I would encourage people to read chapter 9 of Dr. Walter Williams' book. The historical origin of Christianity. By Dr. Walter Williams. Chapter 9 deals with the whole history of the letter J and how the letter J came into existence. You can also go to like Merriam-Webster online or go to Encyclopedia Britannica and look up the letter J, and usually they give you like the origin of that letter also. Okay, go ahead with your last question, and I gotta get this other information and get these other calls.
Okay. The Swiss Knights of Malta, was they part of the Celtic and the Vikings that the Moors gave soap to cleanse them so they can come back to America?
The Swiss,
they come out of America because they had the Black Plague, and they was bringing it over here because they weren't clean coming from over in England. Remember? You
said they were kicked out. Okay, so the Black Death hits in 1340.
They were being kicked out of England because they were mostly murderers. They were Cretans, Christian brother Cretans, which were Vikings, also like the Irish, Swiss, the Swiss, Scottish Malta, or something like that. Swiss Knights.
Okay, you combine in like different periods of time. Yeah. Okay. When we talk about the Black Death, that hits in 1347 to 1400, and it hits in spurts, and it goes throughout Europe. The British colonies don't exist. The 13 British colonies here in this land don't exist at that period of time. Now, when the English come here, you have Virginia, 1607. They're setting up colonies. From 1611 to about 17. Hold on just a second. Wait, just a minute. Just hey, I'm answering your question. Hold on, just put them on hold, Jalen, put them on hold. Put them on hold. Just a minute. From 1611 to 1783, Europe is emptying its jails, and they're sending people here who are criminals. They're sending people who are prostitutes, pickpockets. Also people are coming and also people are coming and they're entering into servitude, some willingly, because some are searching for fame and fortune, things like this. Okay, so you have them coming here also, but the Vikings, you're going to have Vikings come to this land like around 1000 AD, but you're dealing with totally different time periods dealing with that. All right. Any other callers, Jalen?
No other callers.
All right, let's get to the rest of this information. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have this. Where does the word Halloween come from? We got to that. And then, okay, so Halloween in the U.S., some of the New England colonies did not celebrate Halloween. Okay, some of the New England colonies did not celebrate Halloween because of their strict Protestant beliefs. Okay. Some of the other colonies would celebrate it, but as different European immigrants start to arrive, their customs are merged to Americanize Halloween. And you see this, we'll see the same thing with Christmas. We see that we see the Dutch influence on Christmas and Father Christmas. Okay, there are any little kids around. You may not want them to hear this, but we see the religious figure of Father Christmas gets introduced by the Dutch around early 1700s or so, when the Dutch are coming here, and they continue to come. And then you're going to see that religious figure of Father Christmas, who wore red and white, get transformed into a secular figure of Santa Claus. And Santa Claus comes from the Dutch word Sinterklaas, which means Saint Nicholas. And when we study who Saint Nicholas really was, we know Saint Nicholas was a bishop who becomes a saint, lives 3rd, 4th century AD, and the Saint Nicholas was an African. A lot of these early saints were Africans. Saint Nicholas was one of them also. Okay, so once again, this ties you to history, language, culture, etc. All right. Okay, Yuda. John said Yuda. Yeah, Yudah. Yeah, you have different words. Yeah, Yuda. But that's with a Y once again. Okay, let me see this. I'm trying to because we gotta get to this rest of the stuff. Now, Americans were influenced by an Irish and English tradition of dressing up in costumes and going house to house asking for food and money, which eventually became known as trick or treat. Americans were influenced by an Irish and English tradition of dressing up in costumes and going house to house asking for food and money, which eventually is known as trick or treat. Now, in the late 1800s, a move started to make Halloween more about community and friendly get-togethers and less about ghosts and goblins. This is going to be in the late 1800s. When we look at Christmas, we see changes take place in Christmas, and it's designed to be more focused on children and things like this. And in the late 1800s, you're going to see that people started complaining about Christmas being too commercialized. Okay. One of the books that I found during the break, the last break, we're about to take a break now, another break now. This is live radio. This book here I was looking for, Christmas Miscellany, Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Christmas by Jonathan Green, Christmas Miscellany. So I was doing my research, dealing with the history of Christmas. This is one of the books that I read. Okay, listen to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stand by, everybody. Email us at customer service at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, customer service at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Now, you can advertise with the African History Network also. Customer service at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com.
Melanized Media is an independently Black-owned and operated film company. We specialize in producing culturally enriching Black films and videos at melanizedmedia.com. Join us every Sunday for Melanized Nights, where we screen a socially conscious documentary film or Black historic presentation. That's every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Visit melanizedmedia.com to learn more and to register. That's MELANEYES media.com. Peace.
Gain knowledge in minutes with Blacklist Ed. Blacklist Ed is an app that provides insightful summaries of books pertaining to the Black experience. As Black people, we know the importance of reading books to discover our incredible contributions to world history, to uplift our self-esteem, and to empower ourselves for our relentless fight for social justice. Unfortunately, with our busy lives, it feels like there is never enough time to read a book. Fortunately, there's a solution. With Blacklist Ed, their app provides key insights from best-selling books about the Black experience, therefore saving you time, increasing your knowledge, and empowering yourself through inspirational and actionable ideas. You can read or listen on the go. Start your free trial today by going to blacklisted.com. That's Black without the C, BLAK. Or you can download the Blacklist Ed app from the App Store or Google Play. Blacklist Ed, empower yourself. Alkebulan's lifestyle attitude is servitude. They focus on providing you quality products and customer service. They're here to fulfill your African men's and women's clothing, accessories, health and beauty products, essential oils and fragrances, hair care products, and much, much more. Check out their collection of clothing and products for African kings and queens. Visit their website, alkebulanlife.com, ALKEBULAN, alkebulanlife.com. They look forward to serving you. The revolution will not be televised. It will be digitized, coded, and branded. Don't let your young person get left behind. Join Tech Core 2 on Saturday, September 26, 2020 in their 6th straight year, providing tech, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, coding, and Saturday classes. Tech Core 2's mission is to develop a technology pipeline program for urban youth from kindergarten to college to career entry. Tech Core 2 offers 9 different tech classes for students in grades kindergarten through high school, including computer programming, coding, gaming, hip hop and STEM, and video production. All classes are online with live instruction. To register or for more information, please visit techcore2.org. That's techcore2.org, or give them a call at 215-879-6701. That's 215-879-6701. Don't forget to grab your $10 discount with promo code TAHN Fall 2020. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 AM, the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, November 1st, 2020, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing well. If you like this type of information, also, you could donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN show through Cash App, $ the AHN show through Cash App, then also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN show, paypal.me/the AHN show. Also at our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. And all of my DVD lectures are available at our website. We have them in bundle packs also. And we have the bundle pack, The Africans Who Were Here Before Columbus, the Africans who were here before Columbus, bundle pack. So you get my presentations dealing with Christopher Columbus and African Holocaust. You'll get my double lecture with Dr. David Imhotep, who wrote the book, The First Americans Were Africans, Documented Evidence. We have a number of, and also the double lecture I did with Professor Kabahai Watakamene also, who's in the Hidden Colors documentaries, and we're in the documentary Elements of Genocide Part 3. So the Africans Who Were Here Before Columbus. That's on sale, $50 at AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. All right, let's continue here. Okay, so let's go back to this. Right before the break, we were dealing with some of the history of Halloween. Okay, so we're dealing with the ancient Roman festivals of Samhain, Pomona, and Feralia, and how they form the celebration of what we know as Halloween today. Now, by the early 1900s, parties for children and adults became the most popular way to celebrate Halloween. There were games, seasonal foods, and costumes. Games, seasonal foods, and costumes. Let's see. Okay, just a second. All right, so when we look at now, back in 2013, the National Retail Federation estimated that 158 million Americans would celebrate Halloween. They estimated that they would spend $6.9 billion on Halloween. 25% of yearly candy sales are during Halloween. So this year, National Retail Federation estimated that more than 148 million people would celebrate Halloween, and a little over $8 billion would be spent this year. I think about 8.4. I think they estimated about $8.4 billion would be spent this year, which was down from about $9 billion in 2019. And they are attributing the drop in sales to coronavirus. Okay. All right. So check out history.com has a good article dealing with the history of Halloween. I've done a lot of research on this, but they have an article you could check out, Halloween 2020, at history.com. Okay. And that'll get you started on understanding the history of Halloween. Also, Washington Post had a good article that I looked at. Halloween shops seeing little demand for costumes. Halloween shops seeing little demand for costumes. I've never been this worried. Customers are buying lawn decorations and children's costumes during the pandemic. Not selling as well are costumes for adults. This is from October 2nd, 2020. And let's see here. It's I think they had an estimation from the National Retail Federation in here also. All right. But you can check this out also. All right, that's from Washington Post. Let's see the okay. All right, let's continue. All right, I want to go to we're going to switch gears here. I want to go to this topic we dealt with on Friday's show. And we dealt with a couple weeks ago also. And this deals with African Americans and Hispanics are being targeted with a disinformation campaign to discourage voting. So National Public Radio has a good article that came out Friday, October 30th, 2020. Friday, October 30th, 2020. Black and Latino voters flooded with disinformation in elections final days. Black and Latino voters flooded with disinformation in elections final days. I talked, let's see, back on October 16th, an article came out from NBC News entitled, "With Days Left, Black Voters Face Orchestrated Efforts to Discourage Voting." With days left, Black voters face orchestrated efforts to discourage voting. Black voters are being discouraged from voting at all. This is from October 16th, 2020. So, we've talked about this here on the show for the past, well, at least these two articles, the past 2 weeks. I was on Roland Martin Unfiltered on Friday, October 30th. I'm a panelist every Friday now. And I was on with Dr. Julian Malveaux, who's an economist. And, we've had Dr. Malveaux here on the show. We had her on back in about June. We were talking about William Barber III. We're going to go to clip one, Jalen. We were talking about Dr. William Barber III, and Roland had just played this video galvanizing poor people to vote and showing the relationship between policy and conditions. And I brought up the topic of voter depression, and Dr. Julian Malveaux, who, I'm cool with, I think maybe she didn't fully understand what I was saying. She took some exception to this. Let's go to this clip.
Michael Imhotep, I want to show that video because I wanted people to really understand how the dots are connected. Yes. I also want to show that video because I need our people to also understand that when people say, "I don't have power," that right there exposes how folk with small money, but who care enough about the issues, mobilize and organize to defeat big money. We do not live in a nation where billionaires have to control everything. That billionaire might be worth 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 million, but his ass got one vote. She got one vote. A billionaire has the same number of votes as a homeless person, but one of them uses it. And that's one of the reasons why that video was important.
Yeah, it's a very important video. Number one,
Dr. Reverend William Barber III. Does some great work. I've been following him for a few years now. And he really speaks to understanding laws and policies and conditions. Laws and policies and conditions. Now, the reason why many of our people don't fight back is because many of our people don't think they're worth fighting for. Because their self-esteem has been so devalued, has been so has been attacked so much that a lot of our people feel hopeless. Okay, but it's not just the vote that's a weapon, it's also our dollars that are a weapon as well. Because when we study the civil rights movement, we study economic boycotts, okay? But we have to understand leveraging our dollars to enforce our politics and enforce our ideologies. And one of the examples is what Color Change did when they got Bill O'Reilly removed off the air, okay, off of Fox News. It was a massive number of organizations, including Color Change, and they put pressure. They put economic pressure on 80 corporations that withdrew their advertising dollars from Bill O'Reilly's show, who was the number one cable news show, okay, at the time in the market, and it got to the point where his show was no longer profitable, and Fox News fired him. Okay, so this is not just understanding the vote that's a weapon, and our vote follows our mindset. We vote for policies that are beneficial to us. Okay, but then we also weaponize our dollars. We have to understand weaponizing our dollars as well. But if we think that we don't matter, then we're just going to allow people to beat the hell out of us, right? And complain about it every day on radio shows and on your timeline, but not understand all this is tied to policies and who wrote the policies. And they got into office by either being voted into office or they were put into office by somebody who was elected.
Well, and again, Michael Brown, it is when people begin to join together in a line, they can make a difference. But again, you can protest, but if you don't vote, the protest really was a waste, because that's the policymakers who are actually going to be the ones to make the change.
You know, Roland, you're absolutely right.
Hold on, Juliana. That's Mike Brown. I'm going Mike Brown to you.
And I do want to also congratulate Reverend Barber. Great piece of work, the kind of work he does. Just a great leader, and we're lucky to have him out there in the front line. But, you know, also with folks that are kind of the lethal laughs and the loss, as our former mayor here in D.C., Marion Barry, used to say and coin that phrase, is that folks are also, it's not just a frustration, but when you're basically in a fight for your life every day on how to put food on the table, how to take care of your kids, how many jobs you have, whether gunshots are going to be ringing in your neighborhood, and a whole host of other issues related to the social injustice in our communities. It's very difficult then to say, oh, and you know what? Voting also has to be on my to-do list, because we haven't made it. We have to do so much work with folks that are from communities to help them understand that if you do participate and do vote, then your life can be better. We can't guarantee, remember in the Constitution, pursuit of happiness. You just want to have the opportunity to get that pursuit. But right now, a lot of folks, it's just about survival and how to make it to the next day. And we have to make sure that we put voting and political participation on their to-do list. But it's very difficult when folks are battling every day just to survive.
Julian, go ahead.
I think that Michael Imhotep, more limited view of our people, from the perspective that you talk about self-esteem, it's not about self-esteem. It's about survival. When you look at our history, we have voted. People have been killed for voting. And even now, people are not being killed, but they're very significant barriers to our civic participation. We have to acknowledge that if we're leaders, if we're thought leaders, if we're thinkers. More than that, we have to deal with the hurdles that Black people have to clear to do the work that we need to do. We're sitting in a COVID environment where people are not even able to survive. Our kids are being so shortchanged that it's frightening to me. It really is. We have Black kids who are now a year behind in terms of education. This is going to show up in the rest of their lives. Let me give you a hypothetical. Single mom, 3 kids, 1 computer in the house. All 3 kids are supposed to be online. She's not seen as needy because she has a computer. But that 1 computer cannot accommodate those 3 kids. There's so many stories like that, and we need to deal with that. And so I'm not trying to blame my people and say, oh, we're scared and we're not that. We are dealing, we are managing, and we have been oppressed. And we can't ever forget that. And so talking about we scared, we ain't scared. We're maintaining. So, Michael, I just challenge you on that.
Michael, quickly your response.
I'm speaking of a certain segment of our population who have been taught to hate themselves. I'm not talking about all African Americans. I'm talking about a certain segment who I'm very familiar with the history. I just talked about the Ocoee Massacre, November 2nd, 1920 in Florida on my show a couple of nights ago. Yeah, even when we were poor, we still fought back and we still voted. But I'm talking about a certain segment of our population who've been so psychologically damaged that they have bought into this, your vote doesn't matter. Roland knows what I'm talking about. Okay. They bought into this, and they're listening to certain people who are convincing them that the vote doesn't matter. There's a whole voter depression, not voter suppression. There's a whole voter depression campaign going on right now on social media. NBC News just did a big piece on this. I talked about this on my show. That is convincing people that their vote does not matter and that they're insignificant, which is different than voter suppression. So I'm talking about something very narrow. I'm not talking about all of our people that don't vote, Dr. Malvo.
So what percentage of our people are you talking about?
I'm not talking about, I'm not sure of the percentage right now, but it exists. And we see it on Facebook. We see it on Instagram. And it's people who will focus on making their followers feel like their vote does not count and they don't matter. Okay, this is something very specific. So we have to fight against this. But the other thing is that a lot of our people don't understand how all of this is connected. How the policies, how who you vote for are tied to the policies that get put into place. How the House of Representatives is connected to the U.S. Senate. How the federal judges that we'll complain about are confirmed by the U.S. Senate. How the president, and see, one of the biggest misconceptions is misunderstanding the Electoral College. I saw some of the video that Roland talked about KRS-One. KRS-One is a conscious brother, but that was nonsense. Okay. And this is why I said what I did about the Electoral College. I've done an entire lecture dealing with this. Many of our people don't understand. See, Republicans understand this much better than many of our people do. Okay. Republicans have won 2 presidential elections in the last 20 years in the Electoral College after losing the popular vote. This is why they engage in voter suppression so much. Okay. But a lot of our people don't understand how all this comes together. And very quickly, I'll wrap up with this. The Electoral College is now voting until the first Monday following the second Wednesday in December. In 2016, that fell on December 19th, 2016. Donald Trump became president-elect the morning of November 9th, 2016, because he got over 270 Electoral College votes. Okay. So he won that because he won the popular votes in the state. When you win the popular votes in the state, like the 16 he won in Michigan, because he won Michigan by 10,704 votes, he got the 16 Electoral College votes in the state. But a lot of our people don't understand how all of this is connected. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you're selling our people short, although I agree with you that most people don't understand the connections with the Electoral College. But I also think that you're selling our people short, and I just kind of have to push back on that. I think that what the both Gore loss and Hillary Clinton loss show us is that this is an occasion for activism. It's an occasion for changing aspects of the Constitution. And it's not an occasion for embracing our deficiencies when we know that in the past 20 years, we have seen a withdrawal of funds on civic education. I think that much of what you're saying is right on time, but I also think that there's an approach to our people that kind of doesn't sit so well with me.
Well, okay, folks, what reality is that here? This is what's happening to our people. Stuff is being done to impact them and hurt them from voting. In Ridgeland, Mississippi, 22,550 mostly Black and Hispanic voters in southeast Ridgeland, Mississippi, a historic white flight suburb outside of Jackson, were quietly rezoned out of their racially mixed precinct this summer. They were placed instead in already majority precinct.
Pause it right there for me, Jalen. All right, thanks. Check out that full show. That's the October 30th, 2020 edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered. You can watch it on Roland's Facebook page, Roland S. Martin, or on his YouTube channel, Roland Martin. We share the broadcast also as well. So, one, I wasn't blaming our people. I'm understanding. I've been following this disinformation campaign going back to 2016 and the Russian intervention from the Russian Internet Research Agency. Okay, so I want people to understand this. But we've been talking about this here for at least like these two recent articles in the last 2 weeks. I'm gonna go to clip 4. I'm gonna go to clip 4, Jalen, from NBC News Now in just a second. If we look at so that was hold on. I'm gonna go to clip I'm gonna go to the Rachel Maddow show next. I'm sorry, Jalen. We're gonna go to which clip is that? Clip 2. We're gonna go to clip 2, Rachel Maddow show. So that was Friday, October 30th. The article from National Public Radio came out Friday, October 30th also. Black and Latino voters flooded with disinformation in elections final days. Black and Latino voters flooded with disinformation in elections final days. And we talked about this on our Friday night show. Okay. Once again, I'm here Monday through Friday now. So those that just normally listen to me on Sundays, you can listen Monday through Friday. Okay, as well. So we talked about this on the show Friday, and Rachel Maddow talked about this on MSNBC Friday night. Also, I want to go to this clip number 2, Black Latino voters targeted with disinformation as election day approaches. Let's go to this clip, Jalen.
We are seeing some echoes of 2016 again. NPR today reporting on the torrent of disinformation and misinformation that's being dumped specifically on Black and Latino voters right now on social media and by text and by robocalls. And much of it is just pure, unadulterated voter suppression. Targeted ads and targeted contacts telling Black and Latino voters that they shouldn't vote. They're better off not voting at all. There's no reason to vote. There's no point to them voting. Also spreading wildly false stories about the candidates designed to confuse and distract. The Senate Intelligence Committee, when they did their report on what Russia did in our election in 2016, this was the actual bipartisan Democrats and Republicans together report on what happened in 2016. They documented this exact same thing 4 years ago. Here's what that report concluded about the Kremlin-linked internet research and their attack on us in 2016 to try to help Trump. The Senate Intelligence Committee report concluded, quote, no single group of Americans was targeted by IRA information operatives more than African Americans. By far, race and related issues were the preferred target of the information warfare campaign that was designed to divide the country in 2016. per NPR's reporting today, however widespread those efforts were to suppress the vote and target Black voters in 2016, however widespread those efforts were in 2016, they're actually worse right now this year, and targeting Latino voters as well as African-American voters. Meanwhile, this is the headline tonight at Bloomberg News, reflecting what is apparently the biggest worry right now for the Biden campaign. Quote, Biden aides see warning signs in Black and Latino turnout so far. Despite record early turnout, Black and Latino voters lag, per Bloomberg News tonight. Biden campaign apparently looking at warning signs, specifically at Black and Latino voter turnout in key states like Pennsylvania and Arizona and Florida. Politico's Ace Florida reporter Mark Caputo putting a finer point on the worries for Biden in Florida today. Quote, we've got to stop the bleeding. Democrats sound alarm in Miami. Democratic leaders particularly worried about the relative share of ballots cast in South Florida by young voters of color.
Pause it right there, Jalen. Okay, so that was Friday night on Rachel Maddow. It's echoing what I was talking about on Roland's show 3 hours earlier. If we look at this article that came out Friday, October 30th, same day as Roland shows, and this is the article that Rachel Maddow was talking about in that segment I just played. Name of this article, once again, we posted this on our Facebook fan page, the African History Network, when it came out. Black and Latino voters flooded with disinformation in elections' final days. This article is written by Shannon Bond for NPR.org, National Public Radio. And when we go and look at it, it talks about Black and Latino voters are being flooded with similar messages in the final days of the election, according to voting rights activists and experts who track disinformation. They talk about memes on social media. Someone started posting memes full of false claims that seemed designed to discourage people from voting. The memes were, quote, trying to push the narrative of, quote, the system is mess and there's no point in you participating. Democrats and Republicans are the same. There's no point in voting. Obama didn't do anything for you during his term. Why should you vote for a Democrat this time around? This is the type of voter depression, not suppression, but voter depression tactics that are taking place on social media, targeting African Americans and Hispanics. Now, Black and Latino voters are being flooded with similar messages in the final days of the election, according to voting rights activists and experts who track disinformation. These tactics echo Russian election interference on social media 4 years ago, when operatives from the Kremlin backed Internet Research Agency, the IRA, focused heavily on America's racial divisions, according to a Senate Intelligence Committee report on Russian interference. Now, we talked about the Senate Intelligence Committee report here on this show. We talked about the one that came out, I think it was late 2017, either late 2017, early 2018. We talked about that one as well. This one that just came out early this year said, quote, no single group of Americans was targeted by the Internet Research Agency. No single group of Americans was targeted by the Internet Research Agency, by the IRA information operatives more than African Americans. By far, race and related issues were the preferred target of the information warfare campaign designed to divide the country in 2016, the report said. This year, okay, now the article from NPR goes on to say, this year, these campaigns are even more widespread, voting rights activists say. And while in most cases, it's not clear who is behind the disinformation, the intent is unmistakable: to depress turnout among people of color by fueling cynicism and distrust in the political process. They're trying to depress turnout among people of color by fueling cynicism and distrust in the political process. Okay, now what makes these hoaxes so powerful is not where they come from, but how successfully they tap into voters' worries. Now, notice most of these ain't targeting Republicans. Most of this stuff is not targeting Donald Trump. Quote, when you think about the 2016 Russian influence, especially among Black voters, it was basically bringing up internal discussions that Black people have been having for decades, said Dwight Bullard, political director for New Florida Majority, a progressive voting rights group. Okay. Now let's go. I know we're running out of time here. I want to go to this next clip here quickly. We're going to go to clip 4. Jalen, Black voters face orchestrated efforts to discourage voting. Black voters face orchestrated efforts to discourage voting. This is from October 20th, 2020 on NBC Now, which is NBC's streaming service. The woman being interviewed is April Glaser. Glaser. Glasser. She wrote this extensive article for NBC News, October 16, 2020, called "With Days Left, Black Voters Face Orchestrated Efforts to Discourage Voting." Let's go to this clip, Jalen.
Black voters were a prime target of disinformation campaigns back in 2016, and experts say they are being targeted again in 2020. This time, the goal is depressing Black voter turnout. NBCNews.com technology investigations reporter April Glaser wrote that story. She joins me now. April, this is more than just deceiving voters with information. How is voter depression different, and how is it specifically targeting Black communities?
Right. So unlike, misinformation where they might give you, wrong information about the validity of mail-in ballots online or memes pretending, or rather accounts pretending to be people that they're not, or activist groups that they're not, like we saw in 2016 with Russian disinformation. What we're seeing now with voter depression, the goal is more to make people who would otherwise feel that, who would otherwise vote, feel that there's really no reason to do so, right? And so what we're seeing is influencers on Instagram Live, memes circulating in closed Facebook groups, kind of stoking the question, the whole system is broken. Anyone who is a candidate up for election isn't going to fix it, so why vote? And we're actually seeing that spread really far and wide, and a lot of stuff go viral to that effect, really aimed at Black communities in particular, around the idea of, voting for president isn't going to change the fact that, police violence happens to be racist, right? Or that there's this history of racist police violence. So that's the type of stuff that we're seeing right now.
Tell us more about what's going on online to depress Black voter turnout.
Sure. So, we're seeing a lot of people on Instagram Live, particularly people who have developed audiences over long periods of time, speak direct to cameras, direct to their audiences, direct to people who trust them, asking questions about, if voting is really going to change anything. And they're saying, no, it's not. So why would you vote? Why would you even bother now? And a lot of it has to do with the fact that for many people who are very progressive or consider themselves even to the left of candidate Biden and vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris, that they are not proposing policy changes that are going to fix a lot of the systemic problems, for instance, of racist police violence happening in the country. And why even vote for them? And so we're actually seeing this pop up as more of a problem for the Biden campaign, and a lot more voter depression happening on that side of the ticket rather than for the Republican side. When it comes to that, it's because there's kind of this enthusiasm gap. And so when people, feel like they're just not that excited about any of their options, it's really easy for a bad actor to come in and for perhaps some viral strain that they're seeing over and over again on their social media feeds about, like, why would you even vote? Really kind of take hold.
April, earlier this month, Twitter banned accounts that were pretending to be Black Trump.
Okay. And then they go and talk about, we dealt with this on this show, the Twitter accounts that claim to be Blacks for Trump. We talked about that here a couple weeks ago. very quickly here, we're running out of time. We're going to continue on our social media platforms. We're going to continue to show the African History Network on Facebook and Michael Imhotep on YouTube. Keep watching there. But on page 2 of this article from April Glasser, who you just heard in the article, it says in the interview, among all the social media disinformation campaigns that have preyed on voters in the run up to November 3rd, one domestic originated tactic has become particularly troubling. Some Black social media influencers, as well as Black community groups on Facebook, who are more progressive than Joe Biden and his running mate Senator Kamala Harris, are targeting Black voters less by deceiving them and more by what experts describe as voter depression. Voter depression isn't about giving voters the wrong information that would keep them from making it to the polls, like discrediting mail-in ballots by disparaging the Postal Service, which is what the first Russian president of the United States is doing. Rather, voter depression, the goal is to make people who would otherwise vote feel that there's no reason to do so, stoking inaction and apathy. They talk about this dumbass meme floating around, and somebody made the mistake of sending it to me, and it was a meme of Senator Kamala Harris. It was supposed to be a mosaic made up of faces of Black men that she allegedly sent to prison. But when you look at the meme closely, and it talks about this in the article, a closer look reveals the mosaic actually repeats the same faces over and over again. So the dumbass that sent that meme to me, I hit them with 2 articles of fact checks that discredited this nonsense that's circulating on social media, and I haven't heard back from them since. We did the fact checking dealing with Senator Kamala Harris record here, and Mercury News has an extensive article that goes through and shows how a lot of this stuff floating around on social media is either false or is being grossly misrepresented. Okay, we're out of time here on 910 a.m. Superstation, the Future Radio. We're here Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. to 12 midnight, and Sundays, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to continue on our social media platforms. Remember, at the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now it's correct wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. We'll talk to you Monday night. Peace. All right, stand by, everybody. We're going to continue here. We're going to continue here for a little while longer. All right. Anything I don't get to tonight, we're going to get to tomorrow night. Some of this stuff we talked about already, but I want to get to it Sunday night because I've been doing Sunday nights in this time slot for 4 years, and a lot of my listeners don't know I'm on Monday through Friday because that just started October 12th. All right, let's continue here. Also, if you like this type of information, you can donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, and then also through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show. And African American business owners, email us at customerservice@africanhistorynetwork.com, customerservice@africanhistorynetwork.com. All right, I'm going to post the 2 articles. A lot of stuff that was Senator Kamala Harris we talked about in the past. And I only have so much energy, so we've already been going 2 hours. So I'm gonna post the articles here on the thread, and you can check this out. So we have one from the Mercury News. One of the memes that, very quickly here, one of the dumbest ass memes floating around. It said that Senator Kamala Harris locked up 1,500 Black men for marijuana charges, something like that. Okay. A lot of that is coming from the statements that Representative Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii made on the debate stage, is misrepresenting what she said. One, that when they have that meme, they don't cite any sources, number one. 2, when you research this, we went through and looked at the fact checking from PolitiFact as well as the Mercury News. Mercury News has a much more extensive article. Tulsi Gabbard was talking about when Senator Kamala Harris was Attorney General for the state of California. Most of the prosecutions were handled at the local level. They weren't even handled by Kamala Harris' office. So what Tulsi Gabbard said, she looked at the total number of marijuana prosecutions held in the state of California during the time that Kamala Harris was Attorney General, and then just associated all that with Kamala Harris' office. But most of those prosecutions and convictions weren't handled by her office. They handled at the local level by county prosecutors district attorneys and people who were elected by the people. So, but this is one of the misrepresentations. There was another one that I saw. We posted this one. This dealt with Oscar Grant, and it said that it tried to say that Kamala Harris, the officer that killed Oscar Grant, the transportation officer, only did a year in prison, and Kamala Harris was the one that handled the prosecution. No, she wasn't. That prosecution was handled in another county. That prosecution wasn't even handled by her office. It was handled by another. This was when she was a district attorney. Okay. That was handled in another county. That wasn't even, when you go research this, that was handled by another prosecutor who's in another county. Don't have nothing to do with her. But this is more nonsense floating around on social media, and people just circulate BS, just floating around, just circulate stuff. And I ask people, like, when people send me this stuff, I'm like, how'd you research this before you started circulating this? Because notice most of these memes don't have any sources on them. Well, why not? What are you afraid of? You afraid people going to research this and find out you're lying? All right, so check out the one from Mercury News that I posted. And there was also one from PolitiFact also. Check that one out from PolitiFact as well. Let's see here. Oh, the one from PolitiFact was Tulsi Gabbard's comments, Tulsi Gabbard's attacks on Kamala Harris' record as a California prosecutor on target. Okay, largely they were not. And it goes through and breaks this stuff down. But the one from Mercury News is more extensive, even more extensive than the one from PolitiFact. So we'll post this here as well. All right. So let's see here. This is all right. The one from Mercury News is called, okay, I think they're trying to give me the buy subscription. The one from Mercury News is what's the name of that one? Okay, just Google Kamala Harris Mercury News. It's a fact check, campaign fact check. It's switching. They're trying to give me the buy subscription. But we posted the link here on the thread of the broadcast. The one from PolitiFact, I gave you the name for the one from PolitiFact. Let's see here. We can turn on the screen share quickly and switch over to Firefox. Now I gotta get the rest of this other stuff so I can get out of here, because I gotta be back here Monday night to do the show all over again. Okay, so let's switch gears here, and we're gonna go. I'm gonna zip through this because I'm tired. Y'all can read. We've been through this before. What's next? We're gonna look at what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at Joe Biden's plan to power Black America versus Donald Trump's Platinum Plan. Now, we've gone through this extensively, but some people missed the show or what have you. So we're just gonna go through this briefly. Okay, I'm gonna go through the highlights of Joe Biden's plan to power Black America, which has been expanded. Originally it was 22 pages, came out May 4th, 2020. Originally it was 22 pages. So let's look at this. First, let's look at this. So, we've gone through this twice. We went through it May through June on our Sunday night show and spent 6 weeks. And then we just recently went through it again. Okay. So if you listen to the show, you can't say you don't know. We just recently spent 6 weeks and went through it again on our Sunday night show, because it's broken into 6 parts. Let's look first here at this article from blackpressusa.com. Blackpressusa.com, which is the National Newspaper Association. It is a association of 260, approximately 260 African-American owned newspapers, black newspapers, and they have their own news wire. This article came out May 5th, 2020. May 5th, 2020 by Stacey Brown, Joe Biden's plan for empowering Black America. It gives a brief overview of his plan, and it has the plan. It has a link at the bottom of the article to his 22-page agenda. You can go to joebiden.com and read it. But what I want to focus on is very quickly, and we'll blow this up. I want everybody to see this. It says, now this is long before Ice Cube came out with the contract with Black America. The Ice Cube, when he was interviewed October 15th, 2020 by Roland Martin on Roland Martin Unfiltered, and I was on Roland's show the next day, October 16th, he said that he was inspired to do the contract with Black America because of the killing of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed May 25th, 2020 on Memorial Day. This plan here from Biden came out May 4th, 2020. And I was watching it. Now going back to May 17th, May 10th and May 17th, we had already broken down on this show. We had already broken down the Black agendas of the Democratic candidates or their policies that would benefit African Americans. Because at the time in March, Biden's plan was not out. And then I saw in late April, I saw highlights of his Black agenda on his website. So I knew it was coming. Then it comes out May 4th, 2020. But very quickly, let's look at this article here. Just to give you some background information. Let's look at this one here from Black Press USA. So the Biden plan for America so it's broken into 6 parts: advance the economic mobility of African Americans and close the racial wealth and income gaps. Pages 2 through 11 deal with economic empowerment. Pages 2 through 11 of Biden's agenda deals with economic empowerment. Trump's platinum plan, which is really a fool's gold plan, is a page and a half of bullet points. No specificity. Okay. 2, expand access to high quality education and tackle racial inequality, racial inequity in our education system. 3, make far reaching investments in ending health disparities by race. 4, strengthen America's commitment to justice. 5, make the right to vote and the right to equal protection real for African Americans. 6, address environmental justice. Okay, so these are the 6 parts. It says that also represent about how they met with experts, and I want to go to, okay, he's running, it's finally bringing everyone, and it starts by rooting out racism. Okay, where's entrenched disparities? That's not what I was looking for. African Americans also represent the highest. Disney plans calls for them by his plan to eliminate. Okay, but when you read this, they talk about how they met with activists, experts, everybody together this agenda. Hold on, let me try to find this. Where is that? Okay. Biden said the plan reflects many months of work and feedback from local elected officials, because the Congressional Black Caucus had a lot of input on this. Activists, organizations, practitioners, policy experts, strategists, and young people. Read this full article. The link to Biden's plan is at the bottom of the article. You've heard me talk about this before, but those who are new, okay, so going through this again. All right, now we'll post this link here. Read the full article. Talks about reparations on page 22 of his agenda to help your argument if you actually read it before you start commenting. All right, now Trump doesn't talk about reparations because Trump is against reparations. So is Moscow Mitch McConnell. Trump doesn't also talk about coronavirus in his 2-page agenda as well. Reparations is a legislative process. Based upon Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, reparations would have to pass both the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. No bill can come to the Senate floor without the permission or approval of the Senate Majority Leader. Moscow Mitch McConnell already said that reparations is dead on arrival in the U.S. Senate. So explain to me how we get it passed in the Senate. We couldn't even get a Juneteenth bill passed in the Senate because Senator Ron Johnson blocked the Juneteenth bill using the unanimous consent rule. We couldn't get an anti-lynching bill passed in the Senate because Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky blocked the anti-lynching bill using the unanimous consent rule. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee blocked three election integrity bills in the U.S. Senate using the unanimous consent rule. Senator Tim Scott, Black Tea Party Republican from South Carolina, already said he's not voting for reparations. You're gonna need 60 votes in the Senate to get reparations passed because it deals with finances. You're gonna need 60 votes. If the Black Republican is not gonna vote for reparations, then what makes you think white Republicans are gonna vote for it? Now, Democrats need to take back control of the Senate, but even if they flip it and it's 53-47 Democrats, you still need 7 Republicans to vote for reparations. And then then you need a president to sign in the law. Trump is against reparations. Trump is attacking the 1619 project. Trump just did an executive order to ban the diversity training, okay, and training that and cultural sensitivity training, things like this for federal employees that deals with white supremacy, things like that. He just banned that. You think he gonna sign off on reparations? So it's easy to talk about, we want this, we want that. Explain to me the process to get it. This is a legislative process. So you have to vote for people and put them in place who will vote for your interests. And the people who are voting against your interests, you have to vote them out of office. Okay. So see, a lot of these dumbasses that come on here with this nonsense, when I lay this out for them, they don't have any response to it. They don't know what to say because they haven't thought this through. Okay. They just out here running their mouths with this bullshit. So this is a legislative process. If you don't understand the process, then be quiet. Or ask the question, how do we get it done? Because when I ask you how you get it done, you don't know what to say. This is why I block dumbasses like you. Because when you lay this out, see, a lot of these people don't know the difference between the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives. The rules in the Senate are different than the House. You can't get this passed in the Senate. Not with this current Senate, not with Mitch McConnell in office. No bill can come to the Senate floor for debate or a vote without approval from the Senate Majority Leader. Then you need a president to sign it into law. So it's one thing to say reparations now. I would ask the question, reparations from who? Trump ain't signing off on that. He's attacking the 1619 project. He's already said he's against reparations. So where the hell are you going to get it from? This is a different type of show. Run that bullshit on somebody else. All right. Let's continue. All right. So let's look at this here. Okay, so you got the first article. So now let's look at this. And then we'll pull up Trump's platinum plan. Now with Trump's platinum plan, don't blink because you'll miss it. It's a page and a half. It's designed, but to tell you the truth, it's designed for Negroes that don't read. That's who the platinum plan is for. It's really designed for Negroes that don't read, who will fall for that. All right. Let me see. Can I drop this down? They keep asking me for a donation. Can I drop this down? Okay. All right. So we're going to zip through this. Hold on. I don't want it. I should have it. I want it in Google Chrome. Let's go to Google Chrome. Right there. All right. All right, now let's turn it on. Okay. All right, so you have this, and we're just gonna go through the highlights because we've been through this twice before. And is that the right one? It's this one here. All right, I had two tabs open, so just bear with me. All right, yeah, we've got it. All right, so they first start out talking about coronavirus. Trump doesn't even talk about coronavirus in his fool's gold plan because he doesn't want to talk about coronavirus because he has no plan to address it. Okay, so they start talking about coronavirus and how it's disproportionately impacting African Americans. Then they lay out the 6 parts of it. Okay, then we deal with, so part 1, advance the economic mobility of African Americans and close the racial wealth and income gaps. Invest. I'm just going to give you the highlights. We'll give you the link here. Go read this in its entirety. You don't have to take my word for this. Proper documentation ends all conversation. You don't have to believe me. Go research this yourself. Invest in African American businesses and entrepreneurs. Okay, ensuring equal access to credit and capital. African American businesses often lack the capital need to succeed. African American businesses are rejected at a rate nearly 20% higher than the white-owned firms. Even worse, African American businesses that do get funding receive only 40% of the funds requested, as compared to 70% for white businesses. To increase investment and access to capital, Biden will. Then they break it down. We'll give you the highlights. Double funding for the state small business credit initiative. Double funding for the state small business credit initiative. Can you all read this? Can you all see this? Okay. Can you all see this? All right. Expand the new markets tax credit, make the program permanent, and double community development financial institutions funding, CDFIs. Improve and expand the small business administration programs that most effectively support African American owned businesses. Okay, ensure that small business administration has the funding it needs to support African American owned businesses and others in the current crisis and beyond. Trump once again proposed a massive 25% cut to the small business administration funding for fiscal year 2020, including a 35% cut in funding to small business development centers and a 20% cut to the Small Business Administration micro loan program, okay, and significantly increased fees for the 7A loan program, which is the SBA's main loan program for small businesses. Okay, so then they go through, all right, increase opportunities for African American owned businesses to obtain or participate in federal contracts. In the aftermath of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, well over $100 billion of federal prime contracting dollars were awarded to minority-owned small businesses. And between 2013 and 2016, the Obama-Biden administration increased federal prime contracts going to small disadvantaged businesses by nearly 30%. Read the rest of that. Increased funding for the Minority Business Development Agency budget. Okay, so the MBDA was created under the Richard Nixon administration, okay, to help African American owned businesses and other non-white businesses. Increased funding for the Minority Business Development Agency budget. MBDA plays a critical role in supporting the development and growth of minority-owned businesses around the country, as well as providing needed assistance to federal and state agencies so that they award minority-owned businesses procurement contracts. The Trump administration has pushed for a 75% cut in MBDA's budget. The Trump administration keeps trying to defund the Minority Business Development Agency. Biden would protect and call for increased funding for it. Next, protect small and disadvantaged businesses from federal and state contract bundling, which often locks out African American owned smaller firms from effectively bidding on procurement contracts. Okay. Now, I'm somebody that used to manage African American owned companies that actually got government contracts. We bid on and won government contracts. City of Detroit, County of Wayne, State of Michigan. So I understand this whole process. The overwhelming majority of our employees were African Americans. So I understand the role that governments plays. My degrees in business administration, this whole economic empowerment that a lot of people talk about, very few people understand. I understand that forwards and backwards. We actually did that. And we had employees, and we were actually employing people, and they were feeding their families, paying mortgages, buying cars, etc. So I understand the role the government plays. Politics is the legal distribution. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. Okay, politics impacts every aspect of our life, from the water we drink to the air we breathe to the food we eat. Okay, so I'm not talking about theory. This ain't what I deal with. I don't deal with theory. Okay, this is all stuff that I've done. I deal with real world. Half that bullshit you learn in business school don't work in the real world, especially if you're black. Okay, so I'm talking about having a degree in business administration, but being out in the real business world in the for-profit and non-profit sector. We managed a business consulting company. We did for-profit business consulting and non-profit business consulting. We did educational consulting. We had a contract with the state of Michigan, and before we could get the contract, we had to become a authorized vendor of the state of Michigan, whose responsibility was it to learn the process to become an authorized vendor and get us the certification to be an authorized vendor for the state of Michigan so we could bid on contracts. That was me. So I had to go learn the process and get it done. Okay, so I don't deal with theory. You got to go to other people for that. I deal with real life practical application, what I actually did, not what I saw in a documentary, even though I'm in 7 documentaries. Okay, not what I saw in a YouTube video. No, this is stuff I actually done. All right, let's continue. Make sure relief because make sure economic relief because of COVID-19 reaches the African American businesses that need it most. Trump don't even mention COVID-19. Why is that? 41% of African American owned businesses have been wiped out as of April 2020. Okay, Forbes.com has a article dealing with this. And you've heard me talk about this before. We'll try to bring that article up from Forbes. I want you to go read this. Elections have consequences. So, you know, in 2016, you have people saying, well, we don't need to vote. We just need to do economic empowerment and invest in the stock market and do like the Asians. Okay. I said, that's all good, but we need to do that and vote, because we need to vote for a president whose policies are going to protect the economy that our black owned businesses operate within and depend upon to survive. You ever try to run a black owned business during a recession? Like right now? And so you got 25 million people who are still unemployed. You just had another 700,000 plus last Thursday who employed. They seem to understand is that your business depends upon people to have money with you. It depends upon people to have money to spend with your business so you can stay in business. Because otherwise, you're going to have to get a job on the assembly line or in a cubicle next to them. So the policies of those who are elected help shape the economy that your business operates within. So you need a president whose policies are going to help African American owned businesses and help and vote for each. You need in the Senate to pass those bills that are beneficial for us and beneficial for us economically, not block the bills like the Republicans are doing. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I ain't stupid either. I see who's passing to us and I see who's blocking the bills. Okay, this ain't rocket science. Okay, this isn't calculus. Even though I wasn't that good in calculus in college. High school I was better in calculus. College kicked my behind. I went back. I wanted to be an engineer. Wayne on world, so I switched my major to engineering. That lasted one semester. I went back. Calculus was kicking my behind in Wayne State. My calculus teacher was Chinese, and I couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. I really couldn't. I had to go to a tutor to get a C. Oh my God. All right. So make sure economic relief because of COVID-19 reaches the African American businesses that need it most. Okay. Now you also still be able to Y'all should still be able to hear me. Okay, y'all should still be able to hear me. Yeah, people can't pay their rent or mortgages. We just saw the report, CNN. We posted an article from CNN.com. 9 million people weren't able to make their mortgage payments last month. And then you look at this one here. Because we talked about this when it came out, October 16, 2020, 8 million Americans slipped into poverty amid coronavirus pandemic, new study says. 8 million Americans slipped into poverty among coronavirus pandemic, new study says. Researchers looked at the devastating financial effect the pandemic has had on Americans, with Blacks and Latinos and children facing the worst. And this was as of May 2020. Okay. The total number of people in the U.S. living in poverty is 55 million, including the 8 million who joined their ranks since May 2020, according to the Columbia researchers. This was a study done by Columbia University. Check out this article from NBCnews.com. 8 million people slipped into poverty as of May 2020. This is surrounding the coronavirus pandemic. So elections have consequences. First thing you got to do is deal with coronavirus and get that under control, because children can't go back to school, traditional school, and have full capacity. So then parents could go back to work. But you just had almost 100,000 cases. It's going out of control. The infection rate is rising. Friday, you had 98,000 cases. Friday, October 30th, it set a record for one day cases. 98,000 cases. This ain't under control. It's getting worse. And you have an incompetent president who doesn't know what the hell to do except wait on the vaccine. And the vaccine efficacy rate is going to be between 50 to 70%. And when you go research the vaccines, all the experts tell you still have to practice social distancing. You still have to wear a mask. And you're going to have to get the vaccines most likely in 2 shots if you decide to take a vaccine. Because there's going to be a whole lot of people that not going to want one, especially from this simple Simon ass person right here, coming from his administration. They say, oh, hell no. Dude, this is serious. You got about 229,000 people dead, 20% of African Americans. All right, so let's continue here. So in 2016, when Donald Trump asked African Americans, what the hell do you have to lose? I told you the correct answer was everything. The first installment of the Paycheck Protection Program, which is policy, passed by the House of Representatives, passed by the Senate, signed into law by the president, largely left out minority-owned businesses. The Center for Responsible Lending estimates that more than 90% of small businesses owned by people of color will not receive loans. The program is not taking into account the specific challenges that African American businesses face in accessing funding and complying with the program's requirements. Okay, the financial institutions best positioned to help African American small businesses don't have the systems to quickly deploy the funding in a first come, first serve approach. The second phase set aside $60 billion for community banks and CDFIs, as well as mid-sized banks, which can better serve smaller businesses and minority-owned firms. This is a good start, but more needs to be done. Okay, now here's part of the problem. Mitch McConnell let the Senate go on a recess for a month back like June, July, or August, and they hadn't passed a new coronavirus bill because the $600 a week in federal unemployment insurance expired July 31st, 2020. They haven't passed a new bill. They came up with this skinny bill, $500 billion. They came up with a $1.8 billion bill. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats in the House came down from 3.4 trillion. They passed their HEROES Act in May of 2020 because they knew that the federal unemployment insurance was running out July 31st. So Democrats passed theirs in May. They sent it to the Senate, and the Senate has not come to an agreement with Democrats. They haven't come up with a reasonable bill. They came up with a $1.8 trillion bill, but the way that money is allocated is not as beneficial for the average American as the one that the Democrats passed in the House of Representatives. Then Senator Mitch McConnell, who controls the Senate, because Republicans are in control of the Senate, he's Senate Majority Leader. He let the Senate go on recess till November 9th. Now, check it. Look at what happened. We talked about this here. Look at what happened. Republicans in the Senate hurry up and push through Amy Coney Barrett to get her on the Supreme Court. The day after the confirmation, Mitch McConnell announced that the Senate was going on recess till November 9th. Did not pass a bill to bail out the American people, a coronavirus bill, to bail out small businesses. Elections have consequences. You got to have people in office who are going to pass bills and legislation to help the economy that your Black-owned business operates within. All right, let's continue here. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You ought to take my word for this. Go read this. All these articles, I give you these articles, not for you to believe me, for you to go research this yourself. Proper documentation ends all conversation. You don't have to believe a word that I say. All right. So make sure economic relief because of COVID-19 reaches the African-American businesses that need it most. So they'll do this they'll provide African-American entrepreneurs and other small business owners technical assistance to help them apply for funding, as well as legal and accounting support to ensure their documentation, such as their financial records, tax filings, and other legal documents is all in correct order. This is huge because a lot of our businesses can't qualify for this money because their paperwork's not in order. So that's a big help. That's something that a lot of our Black Chamber of Commerce should be doing. Okay. Now, some of them don't have a lot of resources, things like this. But as somebody that taught entrepreneurship, a lot of our business and I taught entrepreneurship also for the United Way. And we got federal funding to go to small businesses. Most of them were African Americans. We got federal funding, which was a grant to go to small businesses, and they had to have their paperwork in order, tax returns, things like this. But a lot of our businesses don't have paperwork in order, so they can't qualify for money like this. They can't bid on government contracts. They can't bid on city contracts or county contracts. Okay, reserve half of all the new PPP funds for small businesses with 50 employees or less, which helps African-American owned businesses because 95% of our businesses don't have any employees, it's just the owner. Produce a weekly dashboard to show which small businesses are accessing loans. All right, we're going to fast forward through some of this stuff for the sake of time. Expand African-American home ownership and access to affordable, safe housing. One of the main ways people build wealth in this country is through home ownership. The gap between African-American and white home ownership is larger today than when the Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968. This has contributed to a jaw-dropping racial wealth gap, nearly 1,000% between median white and African-American households. Because home ownership is how most families save and build wealth, the disparity in home ownership is a central driver of the racial wealth gap. As President Biden will invest $640 billion over 10 years, so that's past 2 terms, but it's $640 billion over 10 years. So every American has access to housing that is affordable, stable, safe, and healthy, etc. Okay, read the rest of that. Help families buy BUY their first homes and build wealth by creating a new refundable advanceable tax credit of up to $15,000. Okay, this helps towards first-time homeowners. African-American home ownership rate is 44% compared to about 73% for white people. Tackle racial bias that leads to homes in communities of color being assessed by appraisers below their fair value. Okay, and this also deals with redlining, things like this. Trump doesn't want to deal with this. He doesn't want to acknowledge systemic racism exists. He doesn't want to deal with redlining, etc. Tackle racial bias that leads to homes in communities of color being assessed by appraisers below their fair value. housing in communities primarily comprised of people of color is valued at tens of thousands of dollars below majority white communities, even when all other factors are the same. Actually, one report shows $160 billion less in value. There was a report from the Brookings Institute. Ali Velshi on MSNBC did a segment on this, and the report found that for African American owned homes, they're collectively they're valued at $160 billion less than comparable like white owned homes in the same area. Okay. Roll back Trump administration policies gutting fair lending and fair housing protections, enforcing fair credit reporting laws, and create a new public credit reporting agency. Okay. Protect homeowners and renters from abusive lenders and landlords through a new homeowner and renter bill of rights. Roll back Trump administration policies gutting fair lending and fair housing protections to homeowners. You read the rest of that. Okay. They go through, have bullet points. They have links you can click on for more information. Strengthen and expand the Community Investment Act to ensure that our nation's bank and non-bank financial services institutions are serving all communities. Okay. Eliminate local and state housing. This is just the first segment. This is the first plank. It's broken into 6 planks. The first plank deals with economic empowerment. Okay, we still on the first plank. Eliminate local and state housing regulations that perpetuate discrimination. Go through, read all the rest of this. Increase access to affordable housing, establishing a $100 billion affordable housing fund to construct and upgrade affordable housing, etc. Scroll down. We got to skip over some of this for the sake of time. You can go read it yourself. Fully implement Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina's 10-20-30 plan to help all individuals living in persistently impoverished communities, to tackle persistent poverty in all communities in both urban and rural America. 25% of African Americans live in rural America. Biden supports applying Congressman James Clyburn's 10-20-30 formula to all federal programs targeting funds to census tracts with persistent poverty. Okay, read the rest of this stuff here. I don't have time to get through. We've done this. We've gone through all this fully twice. Okay, May through June, and past 8 weeks. Okay, fight for equal pay. Support African American workers. This is huge right here. Why is this big? Because everybody wants to talk about black-owned business. We need more business. We need more business. Well, damn it, your business need people that got money to spend with your ass. Otherwise, you're gonna have a grand opening and a grand closing. That's real talk. Okay, this ain't textbook. This is real life. How's everybody doing? Deborah, Holly, Jackie. Okay. Have you all gone and read this agenda before? Because you know we talked about it here. Okay. Have you all gone and read this? Because you can't say I ain't tell you about it. All right. Now other people may not tell you about it. You can't say I ain't tell you about it. This is huge right here. This deals with his plan to invest in infrastructure in our communities. Okay. Now read Biden's whole economic plan, Build Back Better. The Moody's Investments did analysis of his plan, and they found it would create 18 million jobs and 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's plan. All right. Support African American workers. Biden is proposing a plan to grow stronger, more inclusive middle class, the backbone of the American economy, by strengthening public and private sector unions, and helping all workers bargain successfully for what they deserve. Biden knows that African Americans face unique challenges as workers. He will support these workers by fight for equal pay. African American women earn 61 cents for every dollar earned by white men in 2017. This deals with, now you've heard me talk about Black Women's Equal Pay Day. Okay. And we have to deal with equal pay for African American men as well, because African American men make about 79 cents on every dollar that the average white male makes. Okay. Can you all read this? This is large enough for you all to read. Okay. Want to make sure everybody can see this. African-American women earn 61 cents for every dollar that the average white male makes. This totals $23,653 less in earnings in a year and $946,000 in a lifetime. Okay, so I showed you the article from Black Enterprise that talks about the average African-American woman will lose out $1 million in lost earnings over her working lifetime. $1 million in lost earnings. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth? Okay, that's money that could go towards investment, buying property, investing in stocks, owning businesses, spending with African-American owned businesses. This is the consequences of racism. Racism is a system of advantage and privilege distributed based upon race. But this comes about as a result of policies, laws, policies, regulations, etc. Okay, the Obama-Biden administration protected more workers against retaliation for discussing wages and required employers to collect and report wages to the federal government. As President Biden will codify this into law, and he'll make it easier for workers to join together in class action lawsuits, shift the burden to employers to prove pay gaps exist for job related reasons, and increase penalties against companies that discriminate as called for in the Paycheck Fairness Act that passed the House of Representatives in 2019, but the Paycheck Fairness Act is being blocked in the Senate by Republicans, which is why their asses have to be voted out of office, because there were 433 bills that Democrats passed in the House of Representatives in 2019. 80% died in the Senate. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I can read. I can see who's passing bills that are beneficial to us. I can see who's blocking the bills that are beneficial to us. Their asses have to go. How'd they get in office? Did they inherit a Senate seat? No, they were voted in the office. Well, we need to vote their asses out of office. This ain't that difficult. This ain't that difficult. Okay. All right, let's continue here. Everybody all right? Y'all learning anything? Let me know. Okay. Paycheck Fairness Act. Research the Paycheck Fairness Act. Ensure federally funded projects protect workers. Check that out also. That's extremely important. Biden will propose infrastructure legislation that incorporates labor provisions contained in Senator Merkley's Good Jobs for 21st Century Energy Act. Okay, read the rest of that. Encourage diverse hiring and promotion practices to push companies to look hard at their hiring practices and root out discrimination. Biden will require companies to make public their overall workforce diversity and senior level diversity. He will support employers in increasing diverse hiring and promotion by providing federal grants to state, cities, and organizations to develop and implement evidence-based practices and innovative solutions, such as ban the box legislation to push employers to hire and retain diverse employees and end discriminatory hiring practices or hiring policies. Ban the box legislation deals with asking the question, have you been convicted of a felony? And then a lot of people can't apply for jobs that they even qualified for because of a felony 10, 15, 20 years ago, whatever it is. Restore the federal government's role in setting the bar for other employers to advance opportunities for our workers. Okay. Protect essential workers in the COVID-19 crisis. This is huge. Once again, Trump don't even want to talk about coronavirus. He acts like they defeated coronavirus. Okay, really? It was running through your White House. It's people around Vice President Pence have coronavirus. Then we see the articles about 30,000 people that have attended Trump rallies. They've come down with coronavirus. Okay, it's about 30,000 people who or let me rephrase that. I think it's 30,000 people. They've traced about 30,000 cases of coronavirus to Trump rallies. Okay, let me pull up this article here, and then you have 700 deaths related to people who attended Trump rallies, and he wants to act like it's defeated. We posted a couple of articles dealing with this. TheHill.com, 18 Trump rallies have led to 30,000 COVID-19 cases. Study says a new study from Stanford University found that 18 of Donald Trump's campaign rallies, these super spreader events, 18 of his campaign rallies have led to over 30,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus and likely led to over 700 deaths. Okay, and he wants to act like they've defeated coronavirus. Okay, this is from theheal.com. Check out that article. All right, how you doing, Matthew? 90, Nini, Bella. All right, let's continue here. I want to make sure y'all have this information. Okay, okay, this is critical right here. Protect essential workers in the COVID-19 crisis. This applies to us. This applies to African Americans, Hispanics. In some cases, you talking about, you do have a thing called Afro Latinos too, just so in case people are confused. And then also, some African Americans also marry Hispanics as well, just so because a lot of times people talk about Hispanics, they act like, oh, it's people over there. We don't come in contact with Hispanics. Yes, we do. We work with them. And some African Americans or some Hispanics married to African Americans, and they're some of them part of our families because you have Afro Latinos. A report published in April found that Black Americans are overrepresented in 9 of the 10 lowest paid, high contact essential services, which elevates their risk of contacting the virus. No wonder Donald Trump don't want to talk about this. Biden has released a plan to protect these essential workers and give them the respect, dignity, and pay they deserve. So Biden's plan will ensure all frontline workers like grocery store employees qualify for priority access to personnel protective equipment, PPE, and COVID-19 testing based upon their risk of exposure to the virus, as well as child care assistance, This is huge because some people can't go back to work because they can't afford child care, or they don't have adequate child care. Okay. And other forms of emergency COVID-19 support. Next, expand access to effective personal protective equipment, including through use of the Defense Production Act, which deals with law and the powers of the president. Defense Production Act. Next, establish and enforce health and safety standards for workplaces. This deals with regulations like OSHA, etc. Okay, all this deals with laws, policies, regulations. Enact premium pay for frontline workers putting themselves at risk. Enact premium pay for frontline workers putting themselves at risk. There is no substitute for ensuring worker safety, but all frontline workers putting their lives on the line should receive premium pay for their work. This premium pay should be in addition to paid sick leave and caregiving leave for every worker, which Biden called for in his plan, and $15 minimum wage for all workers. Because when you read his plan, he supports the bill that passed the House of Representatives in July of 2019 to raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25 an hour to $15 an hour. $15 an hour would not be a ceiling. It would be a floor. It would not be a ceiling. It would be a floor. Okay. Reverend William Barber III has talked about how if that bill goes into effect, it would lift 40 million people out of poverty. Author Melinda Merritt is the author of 2 books, Merit Magic and Age of Aquarius, Spiritual Reckoning. In the book Merit Magic, this book is about the civil rights movement of the 1960s and how her family played a very important role in this movement. It is about all of the civil rights leaders such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Jesse Jackson, John Lewis, and many others of this nation who came to her small Georgia town and started the movement that spread across this nation. This book tells the wonderful story of 3 powerful women who did amazing things because they had inherited special gifts from their African ancestry and used them to help the cause. These ancestral gifts seem to have been forgotten at this stage in our history. The second book, Age of Aquarius, Spiritual Reckoning, discusses the relationship between humans and the 10 spheres of the tree of life. Author Melinda Merritt was able to show some very interesting facts about the present and past presidents of the United States as it relates to what they did while in office. The current president is living up to the negative impact he has brought to this space. This book shows how astrology impacts people in ways that they may not be aware of. It discusses the change in the status of religion in this country, as we can easily see. There is a major change happening in that area. Visit the website merit-magic.com. That's merit-magic.com, MERRITT, and get both books for only $20. This is serious because your African-American owned businesses that everybody wants to talk about, they need people with money to spend with them so they can stay in business. Okay, let's continue. Enact premium pay for frontline workers. Okay, then next bullet point here. Has anybody gone through this stuff with you all before like this? I'm just curious. Turn unemployment insurance into employment insurance. Turn unemployment insurance into employment insurance. Keep in mind, we just on the first section. It's broken into 6 sections. I'm still in the first section. African-American workers are more likely to work in jobs subject to reduced hours, furloughs, and layoffs during the pandemic. Well, reduced hours and furloughs and all that stuff happened under Trump during the third government shutdown under Trump in his first 2 years. You remember there were 3 government shutdowns in the first 2 years of Trump's administration when Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, and the White House, and you still had 3 government shutdowns. The last one was December 2018 through January 2019, and Democrats had just won that midterm election in November 2018. It was a 35-day partial government shutdown. Federal employees were being furloughed. You had people who still had to show up to work, but they weren't getting paid. People trying to figure out how they're going to pay mortgages, pay rent. Then the Trump administration sent out a memo. And they sent out a memo to give people ideas of what they could do to make money. And they said you could sell belongings, you could donate blood, all types of nonsense like this. 3 government shutdowns. That I did a broadcast dealing with how that negatively impacted African Americans and African American owned businesses. 18% of 18% of federal employees are African American, and it was like about 11% of federal contractors were African Americans and African American owned businesses. Okay, so you had some African American owned businesses that had federal contracts that still had to provide services, even though they weren't going to get paid for a month or no, even though they weren't getting paid for that period of time. And as a federal contractor, and this came out in this whole thing, as a federal contractor, you weren't guaranteed that you were going to be paid during a situation where there was a government shutdown and you still had to provide services. There was no stipulation that you would get like back pay. If you like have a business and you provide a service, you have a contract with the government entity, there was no stipulation that you will receive back pay. And then you had situations like this. I remember what happened. You had situations where the business that had the contract, they would their services weren't needed for a month or something like that. There was an article from Washington Post that talked about a specific case for this. It was a company that was an African-American owned company. I forgot what type it was, but they couldn't pay their health insurance for their employees during this period of time because they didn't have any money coming in from the contract, government contract. There was no stipulation for like back pay in the contracts. There was no stipulation for back pay. So they are trying to figure out, what do we do for our employees who are out of work for a month? How do we pay their health insurance? Okay. This is real. These are real life consequences. But this is what happens when you have somebody incompetent in the White House. Elections have consequences. Let's see here. Did I show you all this? Let's see. Okay, we'll this is the one from Forbes.com, and we'll bring it up here. Bring it up here in Google Chrome and post a link here. This deals with the impact that coronavirus has had on small African-American owned businesses and how 41% of African-American owned businesses have gone out of business as of April 2020. Now it's probably 50%. It's probably 50% now. Okay, we're going to continue here because I don't want to be here all day. Turn unemployment insurance to employment insurance. Okay. Expand access to high quality education and tackle racial inequity in our education system. Provide high quality universal pre-kindergarten for all 3 and 4 year olds. For families with young children, finding high quality pre-K is a major financial, logistical, and emotional burden with potentially lifelong consequences for their children. Biden will work with states to offer pre-K for all 3 and 4 year olds. Okay. Eliminate the funding gap between white and non-white districts and rich and poor districts in order to give teachers a raise and expand STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math curriculum in underserved school districts. Okay. Check that out. Improve teacher diversity. For African-American students, having just one African-American teacher in elementary school reduces the probability of dropping out. Okay. For African-American students, having just one African-American teacher in elementary school reduces the probability of dropping out. Biden will support more innovative approaches to recruiting teachers of color, including supporting high school students in assessing dual enrollment classes that give them an edge in teacher preparation programs, helping paraprofessionals work towards their teaching certificate, and working with HBCUs and minority serving institutions to recruit and prepare teachers. Next bullet point, reinstate the Obama-Biden administration's actions to diversify our schools. Next, ensure that African-American students are not inappropriately identified as having disabilities, while also ensuring that African-American students with disabilities have the support need us to succeed. Okay, the rest of that. Address the African-American student debt crisis. Now this is just to stop these unqualified federal judges, okay, that Trump keeps nominating, and to block more Trump nominees to the Supreme Court, to get control of coronavirus, save our businesses, stop more of us going into poverty, okay, and student debt crisis right there. That stuff is huge. But let's look at this, okay? Because African Americans carry more student loan debt than white people. Address the African American student debt crisis. The student debt burden has a disproportionate impact on African Americans. The typical bachelor's degree graduate has about $16,000 in debt compared to $23,400 for African American students. And African American women in general carry more student loan debt than white people. Okay. According to a recent Brookings Institution study, African Americans graduating with a 4-year degree are 5 times more likely to default on their student loans than white graduates. This deals with economics. This deals with wealth creation, because we disproportionately carry student loan debt. We're more likely to default on it. That negatively impacts our credit. Then we have to pay higher interest rates to buy a home, higher interest rates to buy cars, or may not be able to get a car, may not be able to get a home. So then you're renting. Okay. This, and then the other thing that's tied into this, when you're paying back the student loan, say you get a job. Okay. Say you get a career, say you get a job in the field of study. okay, that you got your degree in. You're paying back student loans, right? But African-American women on average make 61 cents for every dollar the average white male makes. African-American men on average make 79 cents for every dollar the average white male makes. Even at the PhD level, African-American women make about 60% of what the average white male makes at the PhD level. So you got student loan debt here that you're paying back, but your income is 61%, 65%, 79%. So that reduces how much money that you have to accumulate wealth, buy stocks, spend with African-American owned businesses, buy real estate, buy a home, etc. Okay. So when you can reduce student loan debt, and then also if you can make college more affordable or free, that frees up money that we can use to accumulate wealth. And if you have gone to college, you know that when you go to college, your family goes with you. So when you go to college, that ain't just a financial burden for you. That's a financial burden for your family also. That's for your parents, etc. That's a financial burden for them as well. Okay, so let's look at this again. Address the African-American student debt crisis. Okay. According to a recent Brookings Institution study, African-Americans graduating with a 4-year degree are 5 times more likely to default on their student loans than white graduates. African-American students are 3 times more likely to default on their student loans than white student borrowers. And the inequitable burden of student loan debt contributes to the stark racial wealth gap that exists in society. So you can't talk about wealth creation. We want wealth, we want wealth, we want wealth, but then don't want to deal with student loan debt and how to address this. You address it through legislation. Biden's plan to address student loan debt will alleviate student debt burdens by 1, including in the COVID-19 response, an immediate cancellation of a minimum of $10,000 of federal student loan debt. 2, forgiving all undergraduate tuition related federal student debt from 2- and 4-year public colleges for debt holders earning up to $125,000 a year. Let me repeat this. How many of y'all own student loans? How many of y'all own student loans? Forgiving all undergraduate. So there's about $1.6 trillion in student loans. Is about, I think, 44, 45, 46 million people that carry about $1.6 trillion in student loan debt. Okay. Forgiving all undergraduate tuition related federal student debt from 2- and 4-year public colleges for debt holders earning up to $125,000 a year. This will also apply to individuals holding federal student loans for tuition from private HBCUs and MSIs, minority serving institutions. Okay. Forgiving loan payments for individuals making $25,000 or less per year and capping loan payments at 5% of discretionary income for those making more. All right. Fixing the public service loan forgiveness program and forgiving $10,000 of undergraduate or graduate student debt for every year of national or community service up to 5 years. Cracking down on private lenders profiteering off of students by empowering the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to take action against private lenders who are misleading students about their options, and do not provide an affordable payment plan when individuals are experiencing acute periods of financial hardship. So the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been weakened under the Trump administration. 1. 2, when we look at the Department of Education under clueless Betsy DeVos, when we look at for-profit colleges, the Obama-Biden administration put restrictions on for-profit colleges that were disproportionately targeting African Americans and Hispanic students, recruiting them, getting them to take out exorbitant student loans, then not properly placing them in positions and jobs that had anything to do with the degree that they got or certificate that they got, anything like that. Not placing them in positions that had anything to do with the certificates or degree diploma that they got. They end up defaulting on the loan. They're saddled with this debt. So there were harsher restrictions put on for-profit colleges under the Obama-Biden administration. And there was some for-profit colleges that they shut down, like ITT Tech, okay? And I think Corinthian College was another one. But there were some for-profit colleges that were shut down because of this. This was under President Obama. Very few people talk about this. I don't know why. Well, Trump nominates clueless Betsy DeVos. Now, keep in mind, Trump, right? He had to pay a $24 million settlement, a $24 million settlement plus like a $1 million fine in the state of New York for running a fake university, Trump University, a for-profit university. He nominates Betsy DeVos to be Secretary of Miseducation. Betsy DeVos rolls back these restrictions on for-profit colleges. The Trump administration is much more favorable to for-profit colleges. I wonder why. Well, he ran one. Okay, increase college completion by making college affordable for African American students. Increase college completion by making college affordable for African American students. Our post-secondary education system has not done enough to help African American students assess, afford, and succeed in high-quality post-secondary education. 64% of white students graduate from four-year institutions compared to only 40% of African Americans. To help African American students assess and complete college, Biden will make public colleges and universities tuition-free for all students whose family incomes are below $125,000, including students at public HBCUs. So this means if your child wants to go to college and they come from a family that makes $125,000, or is it below $125,000 a year, that means they get to go to college for free. That means you don't take out student loan debts. You don't have to figure out how to pay for college. You don't have to get 2 or 3 jobs to pay for college. Now you may have to get another job to cover accidentals, and accidentals are the money that children ask for when they misspend the incidental money that they ask for, right? when they call from college and they say I need $200, and they call back the next week and say I need $250. Okay, incidentals and accidentals, as Cliff Huxtable talked about on the Cosby Show. All right, so this is huge right here. Talk about making college affordable. Make public colleges and universities tuition free for all students whose family incomes are below $125,000, including students at public HBCUs. Providing 2 years of community college or other high quality training programs without debt for any hardworking individual looking to earn and improve their skills to keep up with the changing nature of work. Read the rest of that. Targeting additional financial support to low income and middle class individuals by doubling the maximum value of Pell Grants, significantly increasing the number of middle class Americans who can participate in the program. Okay. Grants you don't pay back. These are not loans. These are grants. It's free. Invest over $70 billion in HBCUs and MSIs, minority serving institutions, that will train our next generation of African American professionals. So minority serving institutions, that can be some. I think they may be. Those are institutions that have like a higher percentage. They're not HBCUs. It's not a traditional black college, not a historically black college university, but they have like a high population of African Americans, Hispanics, things like that. So MSIs, minority serving institutions. Okay, read the rest of this stuff here. But they talk about how 40% of African American engineers, the HBCUs enroll about 10% of African American students overall. Okay, of those that go to college, 10%, about 10%. Attend HBCUs, but HBCUs account for more than 20% of African American bachelor degrees awarded each year. 40% of African American engineers and 80% of African American judges are HBCU graduates. Okay, so read the rest of this stuff here. Okay, create a Title I post-secondary education that helps students at under-resourced 4-year schools complete their degrees. Make a $50 billion investment in workforce training, including community college, business partnership, and apprenticeships. All right, this. Ensuring access to healthcare during a crisis. Okay, with all this. Okay, read this and then compare this to Donald Trump's Fool's Gold plan. All right. Now this is reducing the uninsured rate. Okay, so I think they're dealing with healthcare. Okay. Reducing the uninsured rate of let's see. Ensure access to affordable, high quality health care beyond the crisis, reducing the uninsured rate of African Americans by creating a public option health plan. Okay, check out that. Strengthen America's commitment to justice. We ran through that. We ran through this 2 Sundays ago when we went through the criminal justice reform. Okay, and Biden's plan on that. We dealt with all that. We dealt with the '94 crime bill, all that. Go back and watch the show from 2 Sundays ago. Okay, so we deal with all this here. Okay, then we deal with make the right to vote, the right to equal protection. Okay, all of that. Appoint U.S. Supreme Court justices and federal judges who look like America, are committing to the rule of law. Ensure every vote count. Okay. Tackle systemic racism and support a study of the continuing impacts of slavery. Donald Trump and his 2-page agenda didn't want to talk about slavery. Didn't want to talk about reparations, anything like that. Tackle systemic racism and support a study of the continuing impacts of slavery. We must acknowledge that there can be no realization of the American dream without grappling with the original sin of slavery and the centuries-long campaign of violence, fear, and trauma wrought upon African American people in this country. As Biden has said in the campaign, the Biden administration will support a study of reparations. Biden will begin on day 1 of his administration to address the systemic racism that persists across our institutions. That's why he developed education, climate change, and healthcare policies, among others, that will root out the systemic racism and ensure that all Americans have a fair shot at living in the American dream. Keep in mind, once again, Trump doesn't even want to acknowledge systemic racism exists. So how are you going to deal with it? Trump doesn't even want to acknowledge systemic racism exists. Okay. So how are you going to deal with it? He signed an executive order to ban diversity training and discussions of white privilege and things like this when you have diversity training with federal contract with federal employees. Okay. We talked about that on the show, and I'm not sure if we'll have to post the article here on the thread of the broadcast. So if you are banning diversity training, how are you going to deal with systemic racism? Or how do you deal with systemic racism and you don't even want to acknowledge it exists? This is an example of how elections have consequences. I have to find that article later. We have to post a link here. All right, let's keep going. So address environmental justice, all of this. They break all this stuff down. Environmental justice. Trump doesn't even want to address environmental racism, things like that. Okay, so check that out. Here's the link again, and you can read Biden's entire policy platform, read his Build Back Better plan. Click on the links here, get more information. It breaks all this stuff down. All right. Now, let's look at Donald Trump's platinum plan. Okay. That I call a fool's gold plan. Now, keep in mind, this is Trump's plan after Trump's campaign met with Ice Cube. And this was after they took whatever the hell they took from Ice Cube's plan and put it into the fool's gold plan. Okay. So this is after all that. So let's look. This ain't gonna take long. Let's look at Trump's plan. All right. So this is the platinum plan, President. So just a second. This is the platinum plan. It's 2 pages. See, 1, 2. It's 2 pages. It's designed for people that don't read. Trump's the platinum plan, Trump's pillars: opportunity, security, prosperity, fairness. Opportunity, security, prosperity, fairness by achieving historic employment levels for African Americans. Let me see. Can y'all read this? Let's zoom in on this. You could read it better now. I don't know why you want to read it, but okay. By achieving historic employment levels for African Americans, he inherited a largely healthy economy from President Barack Obama and Joe Biden. There were 1.5 million more jobs created in the last 3 years of the Obama administration than the first 3 years of the Trump administration. As well as increasing access to capital for new businesses, Trump has been committed to ensuring all Black Americans can achieve the American dream. Wait a second, the unemployment rate for African Americans is like 13% now. It shot up because of coronavirus. I mean, come on. Security, by signing into law the celebrated First Step Act, Trump has brought common sense criminal justice reform to American people, etc. Wait a second. It was Democrats that made the First Step Act stronger in the Senate. The Congressional Black Caucus worked with the White House to get the bill passed. House of Representatives. The Congressional Black Caucus worked with the White House on this. And then when we look at Trump's other moves, like him reversing the Obama administration initiative to not renew contracts for privatized prisons for federal contracts, Trump's other moves don't fall in line with criminal justice reform. He nominates 2 attorney generals who are against criminal justice reform, Jeff Sessions and William Barr. They're against criminal justice reform. His other moves don't fall in line with criminal justice reform. He just touts the First Step Act. And the Trump administration has taken a hands-off approach to policing. This is why they stopped doing the investigations into the patterns and practices of the police departments, because he's taking a hands-off approach to policing. Okay, so you got prosperity, fairness, all this stuff. Trump's promise to Black America over 4 years: increase access to capital in Black communities by almost $500 billion. He don't tell exactly how they're going to do that. It appears it's something dealing with infrastructure, but he couldn't get an infrastructure bill passed in the past 3 years. He couldn't even get an infrastructure bill passed when Republicans controlled the House and the Senate and the White House. He was talking about a $1 trillion infrastructure bill every 2 weeks. It was the infrastructure bill that's coming. The infrastructure bill is coming. They haven't passed the infrastructure bill. 3 million new jobs for Black community. Doesn't say how he's going to do that. But we've damn near lost close to 3 million with the under coronavirus, creating 500,000 new Black-owned businesses. There were 2 million. Sorry, there were 4 million as of about 2016. There were 4 million African American owned businesses. Forbes.com and Fortune have articles dealing with this. We've lost 41% as of April. It's probably 50% now. So when you talk about creating 500 new Black-owned businesses, hell, we're still at a deficit. Increase access to capital in Black communities by almost 500 billion. How? Safe urban neighborhoods with highest policing standards. Okay, so these are all bullet points. These are all bullet points. And then they break down into these sections here. Black economic capital, jobs, jobs, jobs. Reach even greater levels of historic employment and wage growth, etc. You don't want to acknowledge how much you lost because of coronavirus. How many African-American owned, how many African Americans have lost jobs because of coronavirus? Seek infrastructure funding that will lead to widespread growth in the annual $500 billion federal contracting opportunities. That's not earmarked for African Americans. That's in $500 billion in federal contracting opportunities. Are you talking about an infrastructure bill? This stuff is so unclear. Are you talking about an infrastructure bill? Grow minority-owned businesses with additional tax cuts to stimulate hiring and investment. Are you talking about a new tax cut? Are you talking about tax reform? Encourage onshoring and development of domestic manufacturing to increase supply chain businesses, development and employment. Examine barriers to employment, including fees, occupational licensing, arrest record, inaccuracy, and expungement. Increase activity in opportunity zones, including benefits for local hires. Where's the evidence of the success of opportunity zones? Okay. Now, I'm going to try to pull up this article here because there was one, I think it was from Politico, that deals with opportunity zones. And which one is this? Is this the one? It was one, I think it was from Politico. No, this isn't it here. There was one that I saw that dealt with opportunity zones and the truth behind these opportunity zones. And there's very little evidence that they work. A lot of the opportunity zones are in highly gentrified areas. So it's like little evidence that it actually benefits African Americans. See if I can try to find this. Otherwise, I have to post the link. There was one from, let me see, is this? I thought it was from Politico. Okay, we'll have to find that. MarketWatch.com has one. Opportunity zones are all sizzle, fizzle, and the abuse of good something. Let me see here. I thought it was one from Politico that talked about it because I saw the article and I posted it. But you can take a look at that. MarketWatch.com has one, though. Opportunity zones are all sizzle, fizzle, and the abuse of good intentions. Okay, let's continue. All right, so then we've got, you can read the rest of this. We've got better and cheaper healthcare. Better and cheaper healthcare. We're still waiting on the healthcare plan. Maybe the healthcare plan is where the pandemic plan was that the Obama administration left. We're still waiting on the healthcare plan. Okay. So check out the rest of this. All right. We're short on time here. All right. So you got, you can check out the rest of this here. We'll post a link. Grow minority-owned businesses, etc., fueling access to capital, all this stuff. Read the rest of this. Lack specificity, doesn't tell how to do it, etc. Safety and justice, prospers Black communities. This is the entire, this is it right here. Make Juneteenth a national holiday, but when Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin blocked the Juneteenth bill in the Senate, you didn't talk about it then. You didn't say anything about it then. This is it. Okay, so check that out. Donald Trump's website. We have the PDF of it here. You can read it. All right, look, we're going to get out of here. We'll deal with the CBC. On Friday, last Friday's show, we dealt with the CBC compared to the CBC Jobs and Justice Act compared to the Trump plan. We dealt with that then. All right, hey, if you want to donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN show through Cash App, $ the AHN show through Cash App, or paypal.me/the AHN. Are you ready for a new Black economy? Well, Happy, the role of economics in the development of civilization, is a brand new documentary that will set you on a new path of knowledge and enlightenment. The Happy film gives viewers a snapshot of our economic history from the dawn of civilization right up until today. The underlying theme of the film is the interrelationship between the three essential components of economics, politics, and culture. Happy brings together the brightest and most prolific minds in the fields of psychology, history, business, and politics, such as Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Dr. Julian Malveaux, Dr. Zahi Hawass, and Jabari Osazi, and more. Together, they deliver a message of cooperative economics, financial independence, and a pride that we can all be inspired by. The film is on sale now. It's streaming on all digital formats, or for DVD, please visit Happy, H-A-P-I, happyfilm.com. Use offer code Happy, AHN for a 10% discount. For 25 years, the Black History 101 Mobile Museum has carried on the rich legacy of the Black Museum movement in America by showcasing original artifacts of the Black experience at colleges, universities, K-12 schools, corporations, libraries, conferences, and cultural events, making it the most traversed Black History mobile exhibit in American history. Dr. Khalid El Hakim is the founder of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum, and he is a highly sought-after public speaker on topics of Black history, social studies, education, museum studies, hip-hop, and race relations. Dr. Khalid was named among the change makers for NBC Universal's Erase the Hate campaign and listed as one of the 100 men of distinction for Black enterprise. He recently founded the Michigan Hip Hop Archive on the campus of Western Michigan University. The Black History 101 Mobile Museum is currently scheduling in-person and virtual exhibits nationwide. For more information, please contact Dr. Khalid Al Hakim directly at 313-645-4197, 313-645-4197, or visit their website at blackhistorymobilemuseum.com. That's blackhistorymobilemuseum.com. You can also email him at bhistory101@yahoo.com, bhistory101@yahoo.com. The books Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville and Brooklyn Softball Adventures are from authors Sidney Carujo, Brooklyn Carujo, and Shanine Dials Carujo. In Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville, readers will join Ivy and Catalina as they tour the small town of Sellville with their grandparents to learn about the world of science. The girls will learn about the structures and functions of the cell. This book provides great analogies that make learning about the cell easy for kids. The book Brooklyn Softball Adventures takes readers on the journey with Brooklyn through her first 2 seasons of playing softball. Through facing adversity, Brooklyn and her teammates build their confidence and learn to love the game. The book encourages children to try new things and never accept defeat. Ivy and Catalina Visit Sellville is by Sidney Carujo and Shanine Dials Carujo. And Brooklyn's Softball Adventures is by Brooklyn Carujo and Shanine Dials Carujo. Both books are available right now at Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, BooksAMillion.com, and Target.com.